Hello, everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. It's taken me over a decade to finally share this, and I still get chills thinking about what happened that day in Monroe. I've always been interested in the old mining history of Oregon, and back in September 2011, I organized a small expedition with a few friends to explore some abandoned gold mines in the mountains. I had my buddy Steve with me, along with two other guys from our local history group. That morning started like any other exploration day. We had our usual gear, flashlights, helmets, basic first aid supplies, and I carried my 1911.45, more out of habit than anything else. We occasionally ran into bears or mountain lions in these areas. The weather was perfect for exploring. Clear skies, temperature in the mid-60s, just a light breeze. We'd spent most of the morning checking out some of the lower tunnel entrances, documenting what we found, and taking measurements. Around 2 p.m., Steve needed to make an important call about some work stuff, and we all knew the only reliable cell service was up at the ridge. I volunteered to walk up with him since I wanted to scout the area anyway, for any other mine entrances we might have missed. The ridge was about a half-mile up from where we were, through some pretty dense forest. The other guys stayed behind to finish mapping one of the larger tunnels we'd found. The hike up was uneventful. Steve and I had done this kind of thing dozens of times before, so we were just chatting about some of the mining equipment we'd found earlier. When we reached the ridge, it was exactly what you'd expect. Mostly cleared area with scattered pine trees, typical Pacific Northwest landscape. Steve moved around trying to get a better signal, and I started walking the perimeter, looking for any signs of old mining activity. That's when everything changed. I was maybe 50 yards from Steve when I heard it, a sound that I still can't fully describe. It was like a deep, guttural growl, but nothing like a bear or mountain lion, and I've encountered both before. This was different. It came from a dense cluster of trees about 30 yards to my right. The sound was so powerful I could almost feel it in my chest. My first instinct was to pull my 1911, but even as I did it, I knew it was a joke. What happened next is something I've replayed in my mind thousands of times, trying to make sense of it. From my left, maybe 100 yards away, something massive moved. When I say massive, I mean it made a fully grown black bear look small. The creature was moving fast. Impossibly fast for something its size. It was covered in dark, reddish-brown hair and moved on two legs with a fluidity that still haunts me. The thing that really sticks with me wasn't just its size or speed, it was the purposefulness of its movement. This wasn't an animal charging at prey or running in fear. It was moving deliberately toward the cluster of trees where I'd heard the growl. The way it moved. It was almost like a parent rushing to check on a child. I stood there, frozen, my useless .45 pointed at the ground. The creature covered that 100-yard distance in seconds. Just before it reached the trees, I got a clear look at its profile. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, with massive shoulders and arms that hung down past its knees. The head sat directly on those shoulders, no neck like you'd see on a human. The face, I only caught a glimpse, but it was dark, almost black, with a pronounced brow ridge. Steve was still behind me, completely oblivious to what was happening, talking on his phone. I didn't call out to him. Some primal instinct told me to stay absolutely silent. The creature disappeared into the cluster of trees, and then nothing. No sounds, no movement. The forest had gone completely silent, that eerie silence that usually means there's a predator nearby. I slowly backed away, never taking my eyes off that cluster of trees. When I reached Steve, I grabbed his arm and whispered that we needed to leave, right now. He must have seen something in my face because he didn't argue or ask questions. We made our way back down the ridge, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. What really gets to me even now is what I heard just as we were getting out of earshot. It was a series of low, almost cooing sounds coming from that same cluster of trees, followed by what sounded like quiet whoops. It was so deliberate, so communication-like. I've spent years in the outdoors and I've never heard anything like it. When we got back to the others, I made up some excuse about seeing signs of recent bear activity. We packed up and left. I didn't tell anyone what I'd really seen. Not then. Who would believe it? A few days later, I went back alone, probably the stupidest thing I've ever done, to look for tracks or evidence. The ground was too hard and rocky to show prints, but I found several broken branches high up in the trees, much higher than any bear could reach. And in that same cluster of trees, there was what looked like a crude shelter made of broken branches and foliage. I've spent the last 12 years trying to rationalize what I saw that day. I've gone over every possible explanation: bear, elk, some kind of optical illusion. But I know what I saw: the speed, the size, the deliberate movement, the obvious intelligence in its actions. This wasn't just some animal. The way it responded to that first growl, the way it moved to protect whatever was in those trees. There was purpose there, intelligence. The thing that really haunts me isn't the size or even the speed of what I saw, it's the implications. If this was a parent responding to a juvenile's warning call, which is my best guess, that means there are more of them out there. They're not just random animals. They're organized, social, intelligent. And they're a lot better at staying hidden than we give them credit for. I still go out to those mountains occasionally, but never alone anymore. And I never go up to that ridge. Sometimes when I'm out there, I'll hear those whooping sounds in the distance, and my blood runs cold. I've never felt threatened. If anything, what I witnessed seemed more like a protective parent than an aggressive creature. But it shook my entire worldview. There are things out there in our forests that we don't understand, that we maybe aren't meant to understand. The .45 I carried that day. I still have it, but I know now how useless it would have been. This thing could have covered the distance between us in seconds. If it had wanted to hurt us, my pistol would have been about as effective as throwing rocks. I think about that a lot, how completely at its mercy we were, and how it chose to simply protect its own rather than confront us. One last thing that's always stuck with me. In all the chaos and fear of that moment, one detail stands out. When the creature moved past me, running toward the trees, there was this smell. Not the overwhelming stench people usually describe in Bigfoot encounters, but a subtle, musty odor, like wet fur mixed with something earthy. It was so mundane, so real, that it almost makes the whole encounter more unsettling, because that smell, that wasn't something I imagined. That was real. I've never told this story publicly before. For years I've worried about how it would affect my reputation, my credibility. But I know what I saw that day in Monroe, and I know there are others out there who've seen similar things and stayed quiet. Maybe it's time we started talking about these encounters more openly. Not to prove anything to anybody, but just to acknowledge that there are things in our world that we still don't understand. Then, Story 2. I've never really shared this story online before, but after all these years, I still can't shake what happened that day in Cornucopia. I was 12 years old back in '96, and my younger brother Tommy was 9. What we saw that afternoon changed our lives forever, and honestly, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It was May 20th, 1996. I remember the date clearly because it was my mum's birthday, and we were having this big family barbecue out near the old ghost town. My Uncle Dave had just gotten this new grill, and he was excited to test it out somewhere adventurous. The weather was perfect that day, mid-60s with a slight breeze, and the sky was that crystal clear blue you only get in Oregon during late spring. We'd driven about 40 minutes from Baker City, where we lived, to reach this spot near Cornucopia that my uncle knew about. It was this beautiful area where a creek ran through what used to be part of the old mining town. Most of the buildings were gone, just a few stone foundations remained, but there was this perfect clearing near the water where the adults could set up while us kids explored. The adults were all busy setting up the grill and putting out the food when Tommy and I decided to check out the creek. Mum made us promise to stay within shouting distance, and we agreed, though we probably wandered a bit further than we should have. The creek was maybe a 5-minute walk from where they were setting up, just past this line of old maple trees. The water was ice cold, straight from the mountain runoff, but we were having a blast throwing rocks and looking for crawdads under the stones. We must have been out there for about an hour, and I remember thinking how peaceful it was. The creek wasn't very wide, maybe 6 or 7 feet across, and shallow enough that we could wade through it without getting our shorts wet. That's when everything changed. I'll never forget it. First, there was this weird silence. You know how in the woods there's always some kind of background noise? Birds chirping, squirrels rustling around, that sort of thing. Well, everything just stopped. It was like someone had hit a mute button on the forest. Tommy noticed it too, because he stopped splashing around and looked at me with this confused expression. Then came the smell. God, that smell. It was like a mix between rotting meat and wet dog, but way stronger than anything I'd ever smelled before. It hit us so suddenly that Tommy actually gagged. I remember putting my hand over my nose and looking around, thinking maybe we'd stumbled across some dead animal. That's when we heard it, this heavy crunching sound of branches breaking, coming from the other side of the creek, maybe 50 feet upstream from where we were standing. At first I thought it might be a bear, which was scary enough, but what emerged from behind those trees was something that still haunts my dreams. It was massive, I mean massive. Standing there, partially hidden behind a large pine tree, was this creature. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown, almost black hair that looked matted and thick. But it wasn't a bear. The way it stood was too human. Its arms were incredibly long, hanging down past its knees, and its shoulders were impossibly broad. For a few seconds, we all just froze, us staring at it, and it staring at us. Its face. I'll never forget its face. It wasn't human, but it wasn't totally animal either. The eyes were deep set under a prominent brow ridge, and they looked intelligent. They were this dark amber color, and they were fixed right on us. Its nose was wide and flat, and its mouth, I could see its teeth, and they weren't like bear teeth or human teeth. They were somewhere in between. Tommy let out this little whimper beside me, and that seemed to break the spell. The creature suddenly moved, and holy shit was it fast. It began running parallel to the creek, moving with this weird gait that was both powerful and awkward at the same time. Each stride must have covered at least 6 or 7 feet, and despite its size, it moved through the brush like it wasn't even there. I grabbed Tommy's hand and we ran. We ran faster than I've ever run in my life. Tommy was crying and stumbling, but I just dragged him along. The whole time, I could hear it moving through the trees beside us, branches snapping and this weird, deep breathing sound that seemed to echo off the trees. We burst into the clearing where our family was, screaming our heads off. I remember my mum dropping a plate of hamburger buns and my dad jumping up from his chair. We were both trying to talk at once, pointing back toward the creek, barely able to form coherent words. The adults must have seen the genuine terror on our faces because they took us seriously. My dad and uncles Dave and Steve immediately headed toward where we were pointing. Mum tried to calm us down, while Aunt Sarah called for everyone to get in the cars, just in case. Here's the thing that makes this story even crazier. The adults actually saw it too. They didn't just get a glimpse or see something moving in the trees. They saw it clear as day, running into the deeper forest. My dad, who's always been the most skeptical person I know, came running back white as a sheet. Uncle Dave was right behind him, actually trembling, and Uncle Steve was cursing up a storm. They described exactly what we saw, a massive, hair-covered creature running on 2 legs. Uncle Dave, who used to be a forest ranger, estimated it was between 8 and 9 feet tall. They watched it disappear into the thicker forest, moving faster than any human could possibly run through that terrain. We left everything behind, the food, the new grill, everything. Just piled into the cars and got out of there. The whole way home, the adults were talking in hushed voices, trying to make sense of what they'd seen. My dad actually called the local ranger station when we got back, but I don't think they ever took the report seriously. The weirdest part? When my dad and uncles went back the next day to get the grill and the rest of our stuff, they found these footprints near the creek. Massive prints, easily 16 inches long, pressed deep into the mud near where we first saw the creature. Uncle Dave took photos, but this was 1996, and the disposable camera images didn't come out very clear. They also found broken branches high up in the trees, way higher than any person could reach, and there was this weird pattern of bent and broken saplings that Uncle Dave said looked like something huge had pushed through them at high speed. That day changed how I look at the woods forever. I'm 39 now, and I still go camping and hiking, but I never shake that feeling of being watched when I'm out there. Sometimes, especially when I'm near water in the forests of Oregon, I'll catch that same smell, that unmistakable putrid odor, and my blood runs cold. I know how this story sounds. If I hadn't experienced it myself, if I hadn't had multiple adult witnesses to back it up, I probably wouldn't believe it either. But I know what I saw that day. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person in a suit, and it wasn't my imagination. There was something in those woods that science can't explain, and I think about it every single time I hear about another Bigfoot sighting in the Pacific Northwest. I've read other people's encounters over the years, and so many details match up with what we experienced. The sudden silence in the woods, that distinctive smell, the incredible speed and agility despite the creature's size. Sometimes I wonder how many other people have had similar encounters but never shared them for fear of ridicule. The last thing I'll say is this. That creature could have easily caught us if it wanted to. It was so much faster and stronger than us, but it chose to run away. I've always wondered about that. Maybe it was as scared of us as we were of it. Or maybe it just wanted to be left alone in its forest. Either way, that day in Cornucopia taught me that there are things in this world that we still don't understand, things that can't be explained away by conventional science. My brother Tommy and I still talk about it sometimes, usually late at night when we're feeling reflective. We've both noticed that our memories of that day haven't faded like other childhood memories. Every detail is still crystal clear, like it happened yesterday instead of 28 years ago. I guess some experiences just stay with you forever, whether you want them to or not. Story 3. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but what I experienced in Reno back in 2002 still haunts me to this day. I've spent years trying to rationalize it, but I can't explain what I saw. I need to get this off my chest. It was August 24th, 2002. I'd recently moved to a somewhat remote area just outside Reno, Nevada. My property backed up against some undeveloped land with a small creek running through it. I'd been fixing up the old house I bought, mostly doing the work myself since I had construction experience. The previous owner had let the place go, but the location was perfect, quiet, private, and surrounded by nature. That morning started like any other. It was a Saturday, and I'd woken up early to work on the house before the August heat kicked in. The temperature that day was supposed to hit 95 degrees Fahrenheit, typical for Reno that time of year. I grabbed my coffee and decided to walk the property line, something I did regularly to check for any damage to my fence from local wildlife. The creek was about 200 yards from my back door, down a gentle slope through scattered pine and juniper trees. The morning air was still cool, maybe 65 degrees, and there was this heavy morning mist hanging over the creek bed. I remember the birds were particularly active that morning, lots of chickadees and nuthatches making a racket in the trees. As I approached the creek, something felt off. You know that feeling when you're being watched? The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I noticed the bird sounds had suddenly stopped. Complete silence. Just the soft sound of running water from the creek. I slowed my pace, scanning the area. That's when I saw it. About 50 yards upstream, partially obscured by the morning mist, was something I still can't fully explain. At first I thought it was a bear. We get them occasionally in the area, but this was different. It was crouched down at the creek's edge, drinking. The creature was maybe 6 feet tall, even in its crouched position, covered in short black hair that looked almost wet in the morning light. But what really struck me were its arms. They were impossibly long, hanging down past where knees would be on a human. I froze. My coffee cup slipped from my hand, but I didn't even hear it hit the ground. The creature's head snapped up at the movement. Two things immediately struck me: how quickly it reacted and how wide its shoulders were. This wasn't a bear. Bears don't move like that. For a split second our eyes met. I couldn't make out its facial features clearly through the mist, but I could tell it was looking right at me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Then, in a movement so fast it seemed impossible for something that size, it was gone. Just gone. No crashing through the underbrush, no sound of heavy footfalls. It simply vanished into the tree line like a shadow. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My legs were shaking so badly I had to sit down. The birds gradually started chirping again like nothing had happened. But something had happened. I knew what I saw, even if my brain couldn't process it. I spent the next few weeks trying to convince myself it was just a bear, or maybe my eyes playing tricks on me in the morning mist. I installed some security cameras around the property, but never caught anything unusual on them. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it could be when you're questioning your own sanity. Then, about 6 weeks later, on October 5th, something happened that removed all doubt. I'd been building a treehouse for my nephew who was coming to visit. Nothing fancy, just a simple platform about 12 feet up in a large pine tree near the house, but far enough from the creek that I felt safe working there. It was late afternoon, around 4:30 p.m. The sun was still up but starting to descend, casting long shadows through the trees. I was securing some support brackets to the tree trunk when I got that feeling again, that deep, primal sensation of being watched. The birds had gone quiet again. I slowly turned around on my platform, and there it was, standing maybe 12 feet away, partially hidden behind a large juniper tree, but clearly visible. The same creature, or one just like it. This time, I got a much clearer look. It was huge. The shoulders had to be at least 4 feet wide, with those same impossibly long arms hanging down. The black hair covering its body was short and looked wet, almost glossy, like it had just come from the creek. There's a marshy area near the creek that always stays wet, and I figured it must have come from there. What struck me most this time was how it moved. It didn't move like any animal I've ever seen. When it shifted its weight, it was almost fluid, but with this unsettling purposefulness. Its head moved independently of its shoulders, like a person looking around, but the movements were sharper, more bird-like. I was frozen in place, my hands gripping the support bracket so hard my knuckles were white. The creature and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds. I could hear my own breathing, surprisingly steady despite my racing heart. There was a faint, musky smell in the air, like wet dog mixed with something else I couldn't identify. Then something crashed in the distance, probably a branch falling or a small animal, and the creature's head snapped toward the sound. In that instant, just like before, it moved with impossible speed. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, moving through the trees with a grace that defied its size. This time, I heard it though, just the faintest sound of pine needles crunching under its feet as it retreated. I stayed on that platform until the sun started to set, my legs shaking so badly I wasn't sure I could climb down. When I finally made it back to the house, I immediately called the local sheriff's office. The deputy who came out was polite but skeptical. He found some unusual tracks near the marshy area, very large human-like prints that were deeply pressed into the mud, but wrote them off as bear tracks distorted by the wet ground. I knew better. I never saw the creature again after that day, but things changed around my property. The local wildlife patterns shifted. Deer stopped coming to the creek near my house, and I'd occasionally find strange broken branches high up in trees, snapped in ways that no bear could manage. Sometimes at night, I'd hear odd vocalizations from the direction of the creek. Not quite human, not quite animal. I still live in the same house, but I don't go near the creek alone anymore, and I never finished the treehouse. I installed more security cameras and motion sensor lights around the property. Sometimes late at night, the lights will trigger, but the cameras never catch anything, just shadows, and that same uneasy feeling of being watched. I've spent years researching similar encounters in the Reno area. There have been other reports, though most people won't talk about them openly. The locals know something's out there. The Native American tribes in the region have stories about tall, dark figures in these forests going back generations. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story before it happened, I wouldn't have believed them. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just sharing what I saw. Sometimes I still wake up at night, remembering those eyes staring at me from the tree line. Whatever it was intelligent. It knew what it was doing, and I'm certain it's still out there, watching, waiting. I've never felt comfortable sharing this story before. Even now, typing this out, my hands are shaking, but I need people to know what's out there. If you're ever in the forests around Reno and the birds suddenly go quiet and you get that feeling of being watched, trust your instincts. You might not be alone. Story 4. I've never really shared this story before, at least not the full version. What happened that Labor Day weekend in '93 changed how I look at the woods forever. I was 17 then, living in Warrenton, Oregon, just a few miles from Fort Stevens State Park. My friends and I were really into this new thing, trail skating. We'd modified our skateboards with bigger wheels to handle rougher terrain, and we'd spend weekends exploring the trails around Fort Stevens. That particular weekend was supposed to be just another skate session. The weather was perfect, mid-60s, overcast but dry, typical Oregon coast weather. We were a group of 5, me, my best friend Jack, and 3 other guys from school. We'd been skating these trails all summer, knew them like the back of our hands, or at least we thought we did. It was around 4:30 p.m. when everything started. The sun wasn't setting yet, but under the thick canopy of the spruce and hemlock trees, it was already getting pretty dark. Jack and I had split off from the others to check out this new trail we'd spotted earlier. It branched off from the main path, heading deeper into the woods toward the old military bunkers. The ground was damp, but not muddy, perfect for our wheels. We were about half a mile down this trail when we first heard it. I remember exactly what I was doing, adjusting the trucks on my board because they'd gotten a bit loose. The sound, it's hard to describe without making it sound made up. It started as this high-pitched scream that made my skin crawl, but then it dropped into these deep, guttural grunts. Not like any animal I'd ever heard before, and growing up in Oregon, I'd heard plenty of wildlife. Jack froze mid-push on his board. "What the fuck was that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, we heard branches snapping somewhere off to our left, maybe 30 feet into the undergrowth. Heavy footsteps like someone really big moving through the brush. The weird thing was the silence that followed. You know how the woods are usually full of noise? Birds, squirrels, wind in the trees. All of that just stopped. It was like everything around us was holding its breath. I remember getting this intense feeling of being watched, like when you can feel someone's eyes on you in a crowd, but way more intense. Then we saw it. About 10 yards away, partially hidden behind a massive spruce tree, there was this figure. At first it was crouched down, and honestly my brain tried to make it into a bear. But bears don't crouch quite like that, and they definitely don't stand up the way this thing did. When it rose to its full height, I felt my heart stop. I'm 6'2", and this thing towered over what I'd be standing at that distance. It was covered in thick black hair, not mangy or patchy like a sick bear, but sleek and uniform. The hair looked almost bluish where the dim light hit it. Its arms were proportionally longer than a human's, hanging down past its knees. The face, I only got a glimpse, but it's burned into my memory. It had this wide, flat nose and deep-set eyes under a prominent brow ridge. The eyes are what got me. They weren't animal eyes. There was intelligence there, and they were fixed right on us. What happened next still freaks me out when I think about it. The creature took off running, on 2 legs, with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. I've seen Olympic sprinters on TV, and this thing would have left them in the dust. It moved through the dense forest like it wasn't even there, weaving between trees and jumping over fallen logs with this fluid grace that didn't make sense for something so massive. Jack and I didn't even think. We dropped our boards and ran back toward the main trail. I've never run so fast in my life. The sound of our feet pounding on the dirt path mixed with these periodic crashes through the forest to our left. It was keeping pace with us, maybe even herding us. The worst part was the smell that hit us as we ran. It came in waves, this powerful musky odor mixed with something like wet dog and rotting vegetation. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I remember thinking that's not just body odor, that's something marking its territory. We finally made it back to the main trail where we'd left the others. They were still there, looking confused and slightly worried. Before they could ask what happened, we heard one final crash through the underbrush, much further away now, followed by what I can only describe as a warning call, a long, deep vocalization that seemed to vibrate in my chest. The other guys hadn't seen anything, but they'd heard the last call. We all left pretty quickly after that, looking over our shoulders the whole way back to the parking lot. My board is probably still out there somewhere. There was no way I was going back for it. Here's the thing that really sticks with me, the intelligence in those eyes. This wasn't just some animal acting on instinct. The way it moved, the way it paralleled our escape route, the final call that felt like a warning, it all seemed deliberate, calculated. I went back the next day with my dad and a couple of his friends, more out of obligation than anything else. We found some interesting things. Broken branches way too high up for a person to reach, a few unusual tracks that had been mostly washed out by overnight rain, and this weird structure of branches that looked like they'd been woven together about 8 feet up in a tree. But the creature itself was long gone. The park rangers didn't seem surprised when we reported it. They took notes but didn't really follow up. Later, I found out there had been similar sightings in that area going back decades, especially around the old military installations. Something about that mix of dense forest, abandoned bunkers, and minimal human traffic seemed to make it ideal territory for whatever it was we saw. I still can't explain exactly what we encountered that day. I've spent years trying to rationalize it, looking up local wildlife, reading about misidentified bears, all that stuff. But nothing quite fits what we saw. The height, the movement, the intelligence in those eyes. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a moose, wasn't any known animal I've ever seen or heard of. I've gone back to Fort Stevens many times since then. You can't really avoid it when you live in the area, but I've never gone down that particular trail again. Sometimes, especially on quiet, overcast days like that one, I'll catch a whiff of that same musky odor or hear something moving in the undergrowth that sounds a bit too deliberate to be a deer. When that happens, I don't stick around to investigate. That day changed how I think about what's possible. I'm not saying I know what we saw. I just know that something intelligent, something that walked on 2 legs but definitely wasn't human, lives in those woods. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night and I hear something moving outside, I wonder if it remembers me too. The weirdest part? A few weeks after it happened, I ran into this old-timer at the local hardware store. Somehow we got talking about Fort Stevens, and I mentioned where we'd been skating. His face got real serious, and he told me his father, who'd been stationed at the fort during World War II, had seen something similar near those same bunkers back in 1943. Same description. Tall, black-haired, incredibly fast, and way too smart to be just an animal. I've never gone trail skating again. Regular skateboarding, sure, but something about being in those woods on a board just feels wrong now. Like we were intruding on something's territory and got a warning we were lucky to walk away from. Some places, I've learned, belong to things we don't understand and maybe aren't meant to. Story 5. I still remember that day in October 1974 like it was yesterday. I was working as a park ranger at Fort Stevens State Park, and honestly, before all this happened, my biggest concerns were usually just making sure tourists didn't climb on the Peter Iredale shipwreck or leave trash on the beach. I'd been stationed at Tower the 6th for about 8 months at that point. It was a relatively quiet post, perfect for someone like me who enjoyed solitude and watching the waves. That morning started out pretty rough. We'd been getting weather alerts about an incoming storm system, and the sky was that peculiar shade of grey-green that always means trouble on the Oregon coast. The wind had picked up considerably by around 10 a.m., and I remember checking the weather station readings. Gusts were hitting 45 to 50 miles per hour, which wasn't unusual for that time of year, but it was enough to keep most visitors away from the beach. I was doing my usual rounds, which involved monitoring the shoreline from the tower and occasionally using my binoculars to check for any foolhardy visitors who might try to brave the weather. The rain was coming down in sheets, creating this sort of misty curtain over the beach that made visibility pretty poor. I'd say I could only see clearly for about 200, 300 yards in any direction, and beyond that, everything just kind of faded into this grey soup. It was around 2:30 p.m. when things got weird. The rain had let up slightly, though the wind was still howling. I was scanning the shoreline with my binoculars when I noticed something that didn't make sense. About 150 yards north of the tower, near where the beach meets the surf, there was this figure. At first, I thought maybe someone had ignored the weather warnings and gone down to the beach, which would have been dangerous but not unheard of. But something felt off about what I was seeing. This figure was huge. I'm not talking about big guy at the gym huge. I mean impossibly tall. I'd estimate around 8 feet, maybe even taller. What really struck me was its proportions. They were wrong for a human being. The arms were too long, hanging almost to its knees, and its shoulders were massive, probably twice the width of a normal person's. The thing that really got to me was what it was doing. It was standing there, facing the ocean, and making these slow, deliberate arm movements. It would raise both arms up above its head, then bring them down in this smooth, controlled motion, up and down, almost like it was signaling something. The movement was too purposeful to be random. I remember my hands were shaking as I tried to keep the binoculars steady. The creature appeared to be covered in dark, matted fur, though with the rain and poor visibility, I couldn't be certain about the exact color. Maybe dark brown or black. Its movements were surprisingly fluid for something so large. I reached for my radio to call it in, but then I heard the sound of an engine. A blue Ford pickup was making its way along the beach access road, probably one of the maintenance crews doing their rounds. What happened next is something I've replayed in my mind thousands of times over the years. The moment the engine sound became audible, the creature's head snapped toward it. The movement was so quick, so alert, like a deer catching a scent. Then, in a motion that seemed impossible for something that size, it turned and moved toward the dunes. I don't mean it ran or walked. It's hard to describe the movement. It was like it covered the distance in these long, fluid strides that ate up the ground between the shoreline and the dunes. The dunes there were pretty substantial, around 10 feet high in that area. What I saw next defied everything I knew about human capabilities. This thing went up the dune in what looked like 2 or 3 steps. It didn't struggle or slip in the sand like a person would. It just moved up it like it was nothing, like it had done this a million times before. I dropped the binoculars and ran down from the tower. By the time I got to the beach, the pickup had passed by, completely oblivious to what had just happened. The rain was still coming down, but I could see the marks in the sand where the creature had moved. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, massive impressions in the sand, spaced far apart, leading up to the dune. I approached the tracks cautiously. The footprints themselves were incredible, easily 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. They were deep too, suggesting whatever made them was incredibly heavy. But what really struck me was how clear they were. Even with the rain, I could see every detail. The stride length between prints was enormous, easily 6-7 feet apart. I followed the tracks to the dune where the creature had climbed up. The sand was disturbed in a way that showed something massive had recently ascended it. There were these huge gouges where it had pushed off, propelling itself upward. Standing at the bottom of that dune, looking up at where this thing had so effortlessly climbed, I felt this overwhelming sense of, I don't even know how to describe it. Terror? Awe? Maybe both. The rational part of my brain was trying to make sense of what I'd just witnessed. Maybe it was the weather playing tricks on me. Maybe the poor visibility had distorted my perception of size and distance. But then, I'd look at those footprints, at the impossible stride length, at the deep impressions in the sand, and I knew I wasn't imagining things. I took my camera out of my jacket pocket, one of those old Kodak Instamatic cameras we were required to carry for documenting incidents, but the rain made it impossible to get any clear shots. By the time I'd gotten back to the tower to get better equipment, the tide was already starting to come in, and the rain had intensified again. Within an hour, most of the evidence was gone, washed away by the combination of rain and rising water. I did file a report, of course. My supervisor listened patiently, but I could tell he didn't believe me. He suggested that maybe I'd seen a bear, though we both knew bears don't walk on 2 legs for extended periods, and certainly don't wave their arms in patterns. Eventually, the report was filed away somewhere, probably gathering dust in some archive. The thing that stayed with me all these years, the detail I can't shake, is the purposefulness of those arm movements. This wasn't some animal randomly wandering the beach. Whatever I saw that day was doing something specific, something deliberate. Was it really signaling? And if so, to what? These questions have haunted me for decades. I've never seen anything like it again, despite spending several more years working at Fort Stevens. Sometimes on stormy days similar to that one, I'd find myself staring out at that same stretch of beach, hoping or maybe fearing that I'd catch another glimpse. But whatever I saw that day never returned, at least not while I was watching. I've heard other stories over the years, from other park employees and locals about strange sightings in the area. Some of them share similarities with what I saw, the height, the fluid movement, the apparent intelligence, but none of them mention the arm movements, that deliberate signaling toward the ocean. That seems to have been unique to my encounter. I'm older now, retired from the park service, but I still think about that day often. I've read about other Bigfoot sightings, studied the reports and documentation, but what I saw was different. Most sightings describe these creatures moving through forests, avoiding human contact. What I saw seemed purposeful, engaged in some kind of activity that I still can't explain. The beach where this happened has changed over the years. Erosion has altered the dunes, and the old Tower the Sixth was replaced with a more modern structure in the late 80s. But every now and then, I drive out there, park my car, and just watch the beach. I've never told many people about what I saw. Who would believe it? But I know what I witnessed that day was real, even if I can't explain what it was or why it was there. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen something similar. Not just a Bigfoot sighting, but one of these creatures engaged in that same strange behavior, that methodical signaling toward the ocean. Was it a one-time event, or is there something more going on along our coastlines that we just don't understand? I doubt I'll ever know the answer, but the questions have never stopped haunting me, even after all these years. Story 6. My terrifying Bigfoot encounter in Walport, Oregon. I've been sitting on this story for almost 6 years now, and I still get goosebumps every time I think about it. What happened to me that summer morning in 2018 changed everything I thought I knew about what's really out there in our forests. I live in Walport, Oregon, in a small house near the edge of town. It's a quiet place, especially in the early morning hours. My property backs up to woodland, with the old town cemetery about a quarter mile through the trees. I've always loved the peaceful setting, or at least I did until June 24th, 2018. That morning started off strange. My dog, Max, a usually calm German shepherd, woke me up around 7:15 a.m. with his weird behavior. Now, Max is my reliable companion. He's not the type to get worked up over nothing. But that morning, he was acting completely out of character. He kept pacing between my bedroom window and the door, whining in this way I'd never heard before. It wasn't his usual, "I need to go out" whine, or his "there's a deer in the yard" excitement. This was different, almost like a nervous whimper. I tried to ignore it at first, being Sunday and all, but his behavior got more intense. He started doing this thing where he'd freeze, stare at the window and then back away while whining. His ears were pulled back and I could see the whites of his eyes. Classic fear response. That's when I knew something wasn't right. Max is 95 pounds of confident guard dog. I'd never seen him genuinely scared before. The morning itself felt off too. Usually you can hear all sorts of birds in the morning, especially in June. But when I really started paying attention, I noticed an unusual silence outside. That heavy kind of silence that makes the hair on your neck stand up. I got up to let Max out for his morning business, but he wouldn't go. He just stood at the door, tail tucked, looking at me like I was crazy for even suggesting it. That's when I noticed the smell. At first, I thought maybe a sewage pipe had burst somewhere nearby. It was this overwhelming stench, like a mix of rotting garbage and wet dog, but worse, way worse, the kind of smell that makes your stomach turn. I needed to use the bathroom, and our bathroom has this small window that looks out toward the cemetery. As I was washing my hands, movement caught my eye through the window. My heart nearly stopped. About 50 yards from my house, walking between the trees, was something I still struggled to describe. It was huge, not like big guy at the gym huge, I mean massive. I'm pretty good with estimates because I used to work construction, and I'd put this thing at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. I could gauge its height pretty well because it walked past one of the taller headstones in the cemetery that I know is about 5 feet tall. The thing was broad too, massive shoulders, thick neck. It moved with this weird, smooth gait, but definitely on 2 legs. The color was this dark brown, almost like old coffee grounds, and it had this thick, matted-looking hair covering its body. Not fur like a bear. This was different. It moved too smoothly to be a bear, and the shoulder structure was all wrong. I stood there frozen, my hands still wet from washing them, just watching this thing walk through my property. The way it moved was so deliberate, like it knew exactly where it was going. It was heading toward the cemetery, moving between the trees with this eerily familiar knowledge of the terrain. Every few steps, it would push branches out of its way, and I could hear the distinct sound of wood cracking. Not the light snaps you get from walking through brush. These were solid breaks, like someone snapping a broomstick. Each crack made my dog whimper louder from the other room. The smell got stronger too. I never knew a smell could be so oppressive. It was like it was filling up the house, even with all the windows closed. My eyes were watering from it. But here's the detail that really haunts me. At one point, it stopped walking and turned its head slightly to the left. I swear it knew I was watching. I couldn't make out its face clearly through the bathroom window, but I had this overwhelming sensation of being observed. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you in a crowd? Multiply that by 100. The creature stood still for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 30 seconds. Then it just continued walking, like checking out my house was just a casual thing to do. It disappeared into the thicker trees heading toward the cemetery. I stayed in that bathroom for another 15 minutes, afraid to move. My legs were shaking so bad I had to sit on the edge of the tub. Max had gone completely silent, which was almost worse than the whining. When I finally got the courage to leave the bathroom, I found Max huddled in my bedroom closet. He didn't come out for hours. I mean literally hours. I had to bring his water bowl to him. The rest of that day was surreal. The birds didn't start singing again until almost noon. The smell lingered until evening. I kept thinking I could hear heavy footsteps in the distance, but I couldn't tell if it was real or my mind playing tricks on me. I did go out later that afternoon to check the area where I saw it walking. The ground was still damp from morning dew, and there were footprints. Not clear ones like you see in those Bigfoot shows, but definite depressions in the soft ground. They were huge, much bigger than my size 11 boots, and the spacing between them, the stride length was impossible for a normal person. There were broken branches too, thick ones, snapped like twigs. Some were as thick as my wrist. Whatever did this had serious strength. I found some dark brown hair caught on one of the broken branches. It was coarse, about 4-5 inches long, definitely not from any animal I know. I collected some, but honestly I was too scared to do anything with it. It's still in a Ziploc bag in my desk drawer. I can't bring myself to throw it away, but I'm also too afraid to show it to anyone. Who would believe me? I called in sick to work the next day. I couldn't sleep that night, and Max wouldn't leave my side. He refused to go out alone for almost 2 weeks after that. Even now, years later, he gets anxious if we're outside too early in the morning. I've lived in Oregon my whole life. I'm familiar with all the local wildlife. Bears, cougars, elk. I know what they look like, how they move, how they sound. This was something else entirely. The way it walked, so upright and purposeful. The sheer size of it. That smell. I've never experienced anything like it before or since. I've heard other stories from people in town about strange noises at night, especially near the cemetery. But nobody talks about it openly. It's like this unspoken thing. Sometimes when I'm getting coffee at the local diner, I'll overhear snippets of conversations, people talking about weird experiences in the woods, but they always get quiet if they notice someone listening. I still live in the same house. I've thought about moving, but this is my home. I've installed better security lights, and I never go out early in the morning without Max anymore. I keep my phone camera ready, just in case, but part of me hopes I never see it again. The worst part is the not knowing. Was it just passing through? Does it live somewhere nearby? Why was it heading toward the cemetery? These questions keep me up at night sometimes. I find myself staring out my windows in the early morning hours, both hoping and dreading to catch another glimpse. I know how this story sounds. If someone had told me this 6 years ago, I probably wouldn't have believed them. Hell, sometimes I wake up and wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I look at that bag of hair in my drawer, or I see Max's reaction when something moves outside our window in the early morning, and I know it was real. The forest feels different to me now. It's still beautiful, still peaceful most of the time, but there's an edge to it, like when you're swimming in deep water and suddenly remember what might be beneath you. You know those old maps where they drew sea monsters in unexplored areas? Sometimes I think we need those for our forests too, because whatever I saw that morning, whatever's out there in the woods around Walport, it's very real, and it's not something any of us understand. I don't expect anyone to believe me. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I just needed to finally tell someone about what happened that morning. Sometimes I wonder how many other people are out there, sitting on similar stories, too afraid of judgment to share them. How many other encounters have gone unreported because people fear being labeled crazy? All I know is that something was in my backyard that morning, something that shouldn't exist according to science but does. And while I hope I never see it again, I can't stop thinking about it. Every morning when I wake up, there's that split second where I listen for Max's whining, where I check for that smell, where I wonder if today might be the day it comes back. Story 7. I've been hesitating to share this for almost 20 years now. What I experienced that day in Storm Ranch completely changed my understanding of what's possible in our world. I've always been a practical person. I work in construction, I hunt, I spend a lot of time outdoors, and I never believed in anything I couldn't see or touch. But that changed in October 2004. I was out mushroom hunting in Storm Ranch, Coos County. It was something I did every fall. The chanterelles in that area are usually fantastic, and I knew the territory well. The morning started normally enough. It was October 12th, around 7:30 a.m., with that typical Oregon coastal fog hanging low over the fields. The temperature was probably in the low 50s, and there was this light drizzle that had been going on since dawn. Perfect mushroom hunting weather, honestly. I'd parked my truck near the old logging road that cuts through the property, about 3 miles from the nearest house. I remember checking my gear before heading out, my collection basket, knife, and this old red rain jacket I always wore. I also had my phone, though the reception out there was always spotty at best. The first weird thing I noticed was the cattle. There's usually a small herd that grazes in the western pasture, and they're normally pretty calm animals. But that morning, they were all clustered together near the fence line, and they seemed agitated. Their heads were up, and they kept shifting around, snorting. At first, I figured maybe there was a coyote in the area. We get those sometimes. But something felt off about their behavior. They weren't just alert, they were genuinely disturbed. I'd been collecting mushrooms for about 2 hours, working my way along this line of old Douglas firs, where chanterelles usually grow abundantly. The fog had started to lift a bit, but it was still pretty thick in patches. That's when I noticed how quiet it had gotten. Living in Oregon, you get used to constant background noise in the woods, birds, squirrels, wind in the trees. But suddenly, everything just stopped. The silence was so complete, it made my ears ring. I straightened up from examining a cluster of mushrooms, and that's when I got this overwhelming feeling of being watched. You know that sensation when the hair on the back of your neck stands up? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. I've been stalked by a mountain lion once before, and this felt similar, but somehow much more intense. I started walking back toward the logging road, trying to keep my movements casual while scanning the tree line. The fog wasn't helping. It created these shifting grey walls that seemed to move and change shape. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That's when I heard it. This sound like heavy branches breaking, but in a rhythm that suggested footsteps. Whatever was making that noise was big, and it was moving fast. The sound was coming from my left, moving parallel to my position. I picked up my pace, still trying to maintain some composure, but then I heard this. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a deep, rumbling breath, but so powerful I could almost feel it in my chest. That's when I broke into a run. I reached the logging road and started sprinting toward my truck. That's when it happened. The thing emerged from the tree line about 150 feet ahead of me. I froze, completely froze. What I saw, it was massive, at least 7 feet tall, probably closer to 8, with shoulders that must have been twice as wide as mine. The whole body was covered in this thick reddish-brown hair that had an almost auburn tint where the weak sunlight hit it. But what really got me was how it moved. This wasn't some person in a costume. The way it ran was fluid, powerful, like an athlete, but with this incredible mass behind every movement. Its arms were proportionally longer than a human's, and they swung with this controlled power that made my stomach drop. It ran straight toward me on the logging road, and I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my legs work. When it got to about 100 feet away, it stopped. Just stopped dead in its tracks. That's when I got the clearest look at it, and I'll never forget what I saw. Its face was somewhere between ape and human, but not quite either. The eyes were dark, alert, and unmistakably intelligent. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, without any warning, it turned toward this thick patch of salal bushes, these dense woody shrubs that grow about 4 feet high in that area. In one fluid motion, it leaped over them, not crashed through them, jumped clean over. The power in that jump was incredible. I mean, these weren't small bushes, and it cleared them like they were nothing. After it disappeared into the forest, I heard these weird vocalizations. They sounded almost like raccoons chattering, but much deeper and more resonant. The sounds seemed to come from different directions, like there were more of them in the woods, calling to each other. I don't really remember running back to my truck. One moment I was standing there, and the next I was fumbling with my keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them in the ignition. I left my mushroom basket somewhere back there. I didn't even notice dropping it. The drive home is mostly a blur. I remember checking my rear-view mirror constantly, my hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. When I got home, I sat in my driveway for almost an hour, trying to process what I'd seen. I went back 2 days later, in the afternoon, when I'd worked up the courage. I found my basket right where I dropped it. But what really shook me was finding a line of tracks in a muddy section of the logging road. They were huge, easily 16 inches long, and showed a distinct arch and toe pattern that wasn't human or bear. I tried to take pictures with my flip phone, but they came out too blurry to make out any detail. Since then, I've heard those raccoon-like sounds a few times when I've been in that area, always at a distance. I've never seen the creature again, but I know it's out there. I've talked to a few other locals who've had similar experiences in Coos County, but most people keep quiet about it. Who would believe us? I still go mushroom hunting, but never alone anymore, and never in Storm Ranch. Some things you only need to see once to change everything you thought you knew about the world. I don't need proof or validation from anyone. I know what I saw that day, and it wasn't human. The strangest part? Sometimes I think about how it just stopped and looked at me. It could have easily caught me. I was completely frozen, but it didn't. Instead, it just observed, like it was as curious about me as I was terrified of it. That's what keeps me up at night sometimes. Not the fear of what I saw, but the intelligence I recognized in those eyes. There's something out there in our forests that we don't understand. Something that's been watching us for a lot longer than we've been looking for it. Story 8. I've never been much of a believer in the paranormal or unexplained phenomena, but what happened to me in early 1980 while working my paper route in Arago, Oregon, changed everything I thought I knew about our world. I'm finally sharing this because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone else has seen something similar. I was 23 at the time, working the early morning paper route to make ends meet while attending community college. It was a job that suited me fine. Quiet roads, peaceful mornings, and plenty of time to think. January 12, 1980, started like any other day. I remember the date clearly because it was my sister's birthday, and I was planning to drive up to Portland to visit her after my shift. The temperature that morning was unusually cold, hovering around 28 degrees Fahrenheit. There was no snow, but a heavy frost covered everything, making the trees and grass look almost silver in my headlights. I was driving my old '72 Ford pickup, which had a heater that barely worked, so I was bundled up in my heaviest coat, wool hat and gloves. I'd started my route at 3 a.m. as usual. Arago was, and still is, a tiny, unincorporated community, and my route took me through some pretty remote areas. I knew every turn, every mailbox, and every pothole on those roads. Around 3:30 a.m., I was on Myrtle Point Coquille Highway, about 2 miles outside of town, where the road curves through a particularly dense stretch of forest. The area was completely dark except for my headlights. There weren't any streetlights out there, and the nearest house was probably half a mile away. I always kept my high beams on in this section because of the deer. They were a constant hazard, especially in the winter when food was scarce. I was approaching a slight bend in the road, doing about 25 miles per hour, when my headlights caught something that made me immediately hit the brakes. About 50 yards ahead, something huge was moving across the road from right to left. At first, my brain tried to process it as a bear, but I knew instantly that wasn't right. Bears were common enough in the area, but this was different. The creature was walking upright, and its movements were unnervingly smooth and deliberate. What struck me first was its size. It was massive, easily over 8 feet tall. The thing that really got me, though, was its proportions. Its shoulders were impossibly wide, almost like a football player wearing pads, but this was clearly natural. The head seemed to sit directly on those shoulders, with little or no visible neck. As my truck slowed, I got a better look at its fur. It wasn't the dark black or brown you'd expect from a bear. It was this unusual reddish-brown color, almost like rusted metal. But the most distinctive feature was this strange ridge or divide in the fur that ran down its spine. The fur seemed to part naturally along this line, creating a visible streak down its back. What happened next is something I'll never forget. The creature reached the edge of the road, where there was a steep embankment, probably about 10 feet high. Without breaking stride, it basically power-walked up this near-vertical slope. It didn't scramble or struggle like a bear would. It just went up, almost like climbing stairs. It covered that entire embankment in maybe 3 seconds flat. I had slowed to almost a complete stop by this point, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. The truck's engine was idling, and in that moment, I noticed how utterly silent everything was. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just my engine and my heartbeat. As it reached the top of the embankment, it turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its face in my headlights. That's when my blood ran cold. The face was almost human-like in its structure, but completely wrong at the same time. It was flat, almost like it had been pressed in, with no protruding snout like you'd see on a bear. The eyes caught the light for just a split second, reflecting back with a dull reddish glow. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, trying to process what I was seeing. The creature disappeared into the tree line, but I could hear branches snapping as it moved away. The sounds seemed to be coming from higher up than you'd expect, like whatever was making them was standing upright. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I wanted to get out and look for tracks or evidence, but there was no way in hell I was leaving my truck. The silence was oppressive, and I had this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone, that there might be more of whatever I'd just seen out there in the dark. I put the truck in gear and drove the rest of my route as fast as I safely could. Every shadow seemed to move, and every tree looked like it might be hiding another one of these things. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see it following me. The sun was just starting to come up when I finished my route. As soon as I got home, I called the local sheriff's office. The deputy who answered listened patiently, but didn't seem particularly surprised. He told me they'd had similar reports from that area before, though none recently. He took my information and said he'd send someone out to check the area, but I never heard anything back. Later that day, after I'd calmed down somewhat, I drove back to that spot. In the daylight, it looked completely normal, just another stretch of road through the woods. I did find some broken branches high up on the trees where I'd seen it disappear, way too high for a bear to reach. There were also some impressions in the frost-covered ground at the bottom of the embankment, but they weren't clear enough to make out any details. The thing that still haunts me about that encounter, even after all these years, isn't just what I saw. It's how it made me feel. There was something deeply unsettling about the way it moved, how purposeful and controlled its actions were. This wasn't some animal acting on instinct. Whatever I saw that morning showed intelligence in its movements and awareness of its surroundings. I've spent countless hours since then trying to rationalize what I saw. Could it have been a bear with some kind of deformity, a person in a costume? But nothing explains the size, the way it moved, or those proportions. No costume in 1980 could have looked that realistic, especially not in the way it moved. And the face, that flat, almost human-like face, I've never seen anything like it before or since. I kept doing my paper route for another year after that, but I never went down that stretch of road without my heart racing. I started carrying a camera in my truck, hoping to catch evidence if I ever saw it again, but I never did. Whatever it was seemed to have moved on. Over the years, I've heard other stories from people in the area about similar sightings, but none quite as close or clear as what I experienced. Some folks talk about strange sounds in the woods, unexplained tracks, or feelings of being watched, but most are too afraid of ridicule to speak openly about it. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I've become more open-minded about things that science can't explain, but also more skeptical of sensationalized stories about Bigfoot and other creatures. What I saw wasn't the monster from the movies or tabloids. It was something far more real and far more unsettling. I know how this story sounds. If someone had told me this same tale before that morning, I probably wouldn't have believed them. But I know what I saw. The image of that creature is burned into my memory. The width of those shoulders, the distinctive ridge of fur along its spine, the way it moved up that embankment like it was nothing. Sometimes I still wake up at night, thinking about those few seconds when it turned, and I caught a glimpse of its face. I've never gone public with this story before because I didn't want to deal with the ridicule or become another punchline in the endless Bigfoot discussions. But as I get older, I feel a responsibility to share what I saw. Not to convince anyone or prove anything, but simply to add my experience to the record. Maybe someone else out there has seen something similar and feels just as alone with their experience as I did for all these years. That stretch of road is still there, though it's been widened and improved over the years. Sometimes when I drive through Arago, I'll pass by that spot and feel a chill run down my spine. Whatever I saw that morning in 1980 was real, and it's still out there somewhere in those woods. I just hope someone else manages to get better evidence than my story and shaky memories. Story 9. I've never shared this story before, but what happened to me in the summer of 1971 has haunted me for over 50 years now. I was just 9 years old, living with my parents in Myrtle Point, Oregon. It was a small logging town back then, even smaller than it is now, surrounded by dense forests and not much else. Our house was on the outskirts of town, backing up against the woods, and while that location would later fill me with dread, as a kid I loved it. That day started like any other summer afternoon. My parents both worked at the lumber mill, and since it was summer break, I would sometimes stay home alone for a few hours after lunch until they got back around dinner time. This was normal back then. People didn't worry so much about leaving kids alone for a bit, especially in a small town where everyone knew each other. We had 2 dogs, Rex, a German Shepherd, and Buddy, a mixed breed who was smaller but twice as fierce. They were always outside in our fenced backyard and were the best guard dogs you could ask for. They'd bark at deer, raccoons, and the occasional bear, but I'd never heard them bark the way they did that day. It was around 3 p.m., and I was sitting in the living room watching TV. The glass sliding door that led to our back deck was to my right, and beyond that was the yard, and then the tree line about 50 yards back. The dogs had been quiet all afternoon, probably napping in the shade under the deck like they usually did when it was hot. The first thing that caught my attention was a strange smell. At first, I thought maybe the septic tank was backing up. It was this horrible musty odor, like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I couldn't place. The smell was so strong it made my eyes water. I remember getting up to tell my mum about it before remembering she wasn't home. That's when the dogs started barking. Not their usual, "there's a squirrel in the yard" bark, but something I'd never heard before. It was frantic, almost desperate. Rex, who never showed fear of anything, was making this high-pitched whining sound between barks that made my stomach drop. I could hear them running back and forth along the fence line, their nails scraping against the wooden deck when they passed under it. I went to the sliding glass door to check on them, and that's when the birds stopped singing. I know it sounds cliché, but it's true. One moment the woods were alive with summer sounds, and the next there was just nothing. Even the dogs got quieter, though they were still barking. The silence felt heavy, like right before a big storm. I pressed my face against the glass, trying to see what had spooked them. The dogs were both at the far end of the yard, facing the woods, their backs rigid and tails straight out. Rex's hackles were raised so high he looked twice his size. That's when I noticed the movement in the tree line. At first, I thought it was just shadows from the trees swaying in the wind, but there was no wind that day. The movement was deliberate, and as I watched, something began to emerge from the woods. I remember thinking it had to be a bear. We'd had them in our yard before, though the dogs usually scared them off. But this was no bear. The figure that stepped out of the woods was enormous. Even now, I struggle to accurately describe its size, but it was taller than our door frame, which I later measured at 8 feet. But it wasn't just the height, it was the mass of the thing. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and its arms hung down past its knees. What struck me most was that it was clearly female. I know that sounds strange to be able to tell, but there was something distinctly feminine about its build and the way it moved. The creature was covered in dark reddish-brown hair, but not uniformly. There were patches where you could see greyish skin underneath, especially around the face and hands. The face. God, the face is what still haunts my dreams. It wasn't ape-like, like you see in those famous Bigfoot photos. It was almost human, but wrong somehow. The eyes were small and deep-set, but they reflected the light like a cat's eyes. They weren't animal eyes. There was an intelligence there that made it so much worse. The dogs had backed up onto the deck by this point, still barking but staying close to the house. The creature took 3 massive steps across our yard, moving with an ease that defied its size. Each step was deliberate, silent. It didn't crash through the yard like you'd expect something that big to do. It moved with an almost graceful purpose. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me through the glass door. I remember every detail of that moment with perfect clarity. The way its head tilted slightly, like it was studying me. The slight parting of its lips that revealed teeth that looked surprisingly human. But most of all, I remember the eyes. They weren't just looking at me, they were seeing me, understanding me, assessing me. The smell had become overwhelming by this point. I wanted to run, to hide, to scream, but I couldn't move. My whole body felt like it was frozen in place. The creature took another step toward the door, and I could see its full height now. It had to bend its head slightly to look down at me through the doorframe. It raised one hand and pressed it against the glass. The hand was massive, easily twice the size of my dad's, with long fingers that looked almost delicate despite their size. The skin visible through the patchy hair on its palm was calloused and greyish pink. I could see dirt under its fingernails, which were thick and dark but not like animal claws, more like human nails that had grown too long. The last thing I remember before everything went black was the sound. Not a roar or a growl, but this low thrumming hum that I felt more than heard. It was like the deepest bass note you can imagine, and it seemed to vibrate in my chest cavity. The dogs had stopped barking and were just whimpering now. I woke up to my mum shaking me and my dad on the phone with what I assume was the police or forest service. I was lying on the living room floor, and the sun was noticeably lower in the sky. The dogs were inside, huddled in the corner of the room, still whimpering occasionally. The smell was gone, and so was the creature. My parents found large footprints in the yard, but the ground was too dry for them to hold much detail. The dogs refused to go into the backyard for weeks after that, and we ended up moving into town the following spring. My dad said it was to be closer to work, but I knew better. I've spent decades trying to rationalize what I saw that day. I've read every book and article I could find about Bigfoot sightings in Oregon, and while some details match up with other accounts, I've never found another description of a clearly female creature with those same penetrating eyes. The most unsettling part? About a week after it happened, I was looking through my mum's garden, trying to prove to myself that it had all been a dream or hallucination. Near the back fence, I found something that still makes my skin crawl. A clump of long reddish-brown hair tangled in the honeysuckle vines. My mum found me crying there and threw it away before I could stop her, thinking it was just fur from a deer or bear. But I know what I saw, and I know what I found. I'm 61 now, and I've never gone camping or hiking. I can't stand being in the woods, and the sound of wood knocking makes me break out in a cold sweat. I still live in Oregon, but I chose a house in the middle of a crowded suburb with no trees in sight. Some nights when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering if it's still out there, and if anyone else has ever seen the female creature with the 2 human eyes. The rational part of my brain tells me there must be some explanation, that a child's imagination can turn something ordinary into something monstrous. But then I remember the intelligence in those eyes, the deliberate way it moved, and that deep, resonant hum that I felt in my bones, and I know what I saw was real. Whatever it wasn't just some unknown animal. It knew exactly what it was doing when it came to our house that day. Why it came, and why it left without doing anything more than looking at me, are questions that have kept me awake for 50 years. Story 10. I've held on to this story for decades, and even now, writing about it makes my hands shake. What happened to me in Florence, Oregon, changed my life forever. I guess I should start with the first incident, back when I was just a kid in the 70s. We lived in a modest house just outside Florence, about 2 miles inland from the coast. Our property backed up against dense forest, typical Pacific Northwest scenery with towering Douglas firs and thick undergrowth. My parents had moved there in '69, drawn by the quiet coastal life and affordable property prices. It was late October 1974. I remember because Halloween was coming up, and I'd been begging my mom to let me be Wonder Woman that year. I was 10 years old, and that night started like any other. We'd just finished dinner, and I was helping my mum with the dishes while my dad watched the evening news. The first thing that caught our attention was how suddenly quiet it got outside. Living near the forest, you get used to a constant symphony of nature. Birds, wind in the trees, distant animal sounds. But that night, everything just stopped. Even our dog Rex, usually vocal about any disturbance, went dead silent. He just sat there by the back door, ears perked up, staring into the darkness. That's when we heard it. 3 distinct knocks, like someone taking a baseball bat to a hollow tree. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed through our property, making the windows vibrate slightly. My dad turned off the TV, and we all just stood there, frozen. Probably just a bear, my dad said, but his voice had that edge to it, the kind parents get when they're trying to sound calm for their kids. He grabbed his flashlight and hunting rifle, standard equipment for homes in our area back then, and went to the back porch. I remember my mum trying to keep me in the kitchen, but I snuck to the window anyway. The knocking came again, closer this way. Then we heard it, a sound I'll never forget as long as I live. It started as a low growl, but not like any animal I'd ever heard. It was deeper, more guttural, almost like it was coming from something with a chest the size of a barrel. The growl built into this horrific roar that seemed to go on forever. It wasn't just loud, it felt like it was inside your head, vibrating in your chest. Rex started whimpering and backed away from the door, tail between his legs. This was a dog that had faced down bears and cougars, but whatever made that sound had him terrified. My dad quickly came back inside, locked the door, and we spent the rest of the night huddled in the living room with all the lights on. None of us slept. The next morning, my dad found huge tracks in the soft earth behind our house. I remember him putting his boot next to one. His size 11 work boot looked tiny in comparison. The tracks were about 16 inches long with 5 distinct toes. They were deep too, like whatever made them was incredibly heavy. He took photos, but they were lost in a house move years later. That incident haunted me for years, but life went on. I grew up, went to college, and eventually met Tom, who'd become my fiancé. We both loved the Oregon coast, and I'd mostly convinced myself that night in '74 was just my overactive childhood imagination. Then came March 12th, 1985. Tom and I were driving north on Highway 101, heading back to Florence after a day trip to Coos Bay. It was about 7:30 p.m., that time of evening when the light's fading, but you can still see pretty clearly. We were coming around one of those curves where the road hugs the cliffs, just past Hessiter Head. That's when we saw it. At first, I thought it was a landslide starting, something large and dark moving on the cliff face to our right. But then it stood up. This thing had to be at least 8 feet tall, covered in thick black fur. It had been crouched down, doing something near the cliff edge, and when our headlights hit it, it rose to its full height. Tom slammed on the brakes, and we skidded slightly. The creature turned toward us, and I got a clear look at its face. It wasn't like the movies or those cheesy documentaries. This thing looked ancient, intelligent, and absolutely real. Its face was somewhere between ape and human, with deep-set eyes that reflected our headlights with an amber glow. The head sat directly on massive shoulders, no neck to speak of. For maybe 3 seconds, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then it turned and took 2 massive strides away from the road. The way it moved. It wasn't like a person in a suit. The muscle movement under the fur was visible, fluid, natural. It cleared about 20 feet in those 2 steps, then disappeared into the tree line. Tom and I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Cars started honking behind us, snapping us out of it. When we finally pulled over at the next turnout, we were both shaking. Tom had been skeptical of my childhood story, but now he was as white as a sheet. A few days later, I heard about old Jim Peterson, who owned a cattle ranch about 5 miles inland. He'd been having problems with something killing his livestock. Not eating them, just killing them and leaving them there. One night in February, he'd shot at a large, dark figure in his pasture. He swore he hit it because he heard it roar in pain and found blood trails. But whatever it was, escaped into the forest. The blood samples he collected were eventually lost or contaminated at the lab. At least that's what they told him. I've spent years trying to rationalize what I saw both times. I've read every scientific explanation, every skeptic's theory. But I know what I experienced. That sound in 1974, it stayed with me. Sometimes I still wake up hearing it in my dreams. And that face on Highway 101, those eyes, they weren't just animal eyes. There was something else there, something that knew exactly what it was looking at. I still live in Oregon, though not in Florence anymore. I've gone back to that stretch of Highway 101 a few times over the years, usually around dusk. The cliffs are still there, the forest still thick and mysterious. Sometimes when the fog rolls in from the Pacific and the light starts to fade, I catch myself scanning the tree line. Part of me hopes to see it again, to prove to myself it was real. But a bigger part of me hopes I never do. The locals don't talk much about these things. Sure, there are the tourist-trap Bigfoot souvenirs and the occasional sensationalized news story, but the people who've lived here for generations, they know something's out there. They've all got stories they only tell in private, usually after a few drinks. Stories about sounds in the night, livestock acting strange, massive shadows moving through the trees. I don't know what's out there in the forests of the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if what I saw was what people call Bigfoot, or if it's something science hasn't classified yet. But I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt. That's enough for me. To this day, I won't hike alone in the forests around Florence. Call it trauma, call it common sense, but something in my gut tells me that whatever I encountered is still out there. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the fog rolls in thick, I swear I can hear those 3 distinct knocks in the distance, echoing through the trees. Story 11. I never thought I'd be sharing this story, but what happened to me and my husband Tom back in 2012 has haunted me ever since. I've spent years trying to rationalize what we saw that day on the Loop Trail near Brookings, Oregon, but I just can't explain it away. It was September 14th, 2012. I remember the date clearly because it was our wedding anniversary, and we'd planned this hike as part of our celebration weekend. We were staying at a small B&B in Brookings, and the owner had recommended the Loop Trail, saying it was beautiful in early fall. The weather that morning was perfect for hiking. Clear skies, around 65 degrees, with just a slight breeze coming in from the coast. We started our hike around 10 a.m. The trail was about 6 miles from town, winding through old-growth forest. The first few hours were exactly what you'd expect from a Pacific Northwest hike. Peaceful, scenic, with the occasional view of the ocean through breaks in the trees. We passed a couple of other hikers early on, but by early afternoon, we hadn't seen anyone for at least 2 hours. Looking back, I think the first warning signs started around 2 p.m. We were on our way back, maybe 2.5 miles from the trailhead. The forest had been full of bird songs and the usual wildlife sounds, but suddenly everything just stopped. It was that kind of silence that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. You know how forests are never truly silent? Well, this was different. Even the wind in the trees seemed to die down. Tom noticed it too. I saw him pause mid-step and look around. Neither of us said anything at first. I think we were both trying to convince ourselves we were just being paranoid. But then we heard it, the sound of branches breaking somewhere off to our right, maybe 50 yards into the denser part of the forest. Not small twigs, but the sharp crack of thick branches. I grabbed Tom's arm and whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded, and we both stood completely still, listening. The breaking sounds continued, moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with where we had been walking. Whatever was making those sounds was big, really big. Then the smell hit us. People always ask me to describe it, and the best I can say is imagine a dumpster that's been sitting in the hot sun for days, mixed with something musky and animal-like. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I've been around bears before, we used to camp a lot, and this wasn't anything like that. I was about to suggest we start moving faster toward the trailhead when I saw movement in my peripheral vision. When I turned to look, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. Above the tree line, maybe 15, 20 feet up, I saw what looked like a head covered in dark reddish-brown hair, not like a bear's head. This was different. It was more human-like in shape, but massive. The creature was partially hidden behind a large Douglas fir, but I could clearly see its face peering around the trunk. Its eyes were dark and deeply set, and they were fixed right on us. What struck me most wasn't just its size, though it had to be at least 8 feet tall, but the intelligence in those eyes. It wasn't looking at us with aggression or fear, just curiosity, like it was studying us. Time seemed to freeze for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. My legs were shaking, but I couldn't move. Tom's grip on my hand had tightened to the point of pain, but I barely noticed. The creature's head moved slightly, and I caught a better glimpse of its face. The hair around its face was slightly lighter than the rest, with patches of grey around what I assume were its temples. Its nose was broad and flat, more human-like than ape-like, but larger. The way it moved was so deliberate, so careful, nothing like the clumsy movement you'd expect from a large animal. Suddenly there was another crack of branches from further back in the forest, and the creature's head snapped toward the sound. In one fluid motion, it stepped behind the tree and disappeared. I know how impossible this sounds. Something that big shouldn't be able to move so quietly or disappear so completely, but that's exactly what happened. The moment it was gone, Tom and I looked at each other and, without saying a word, started walking as fast as we could toward the trailhead. We didn't run. Something in our instincts told us that running would be a bad idea. The whole way back, we could hear movement in the forest parallel to us, always just far enough away that we couldn't see anything through the dense undergrowth. The breaking branches and rustling continued for about 10 minutes, then gradually faded away. Even after we couldn't hear it anymore, that awful smell lingered for several more minutes. We didn't stop or slow down until we reached our car. Once we were in the car, we just sat there for a while, trying to process what had happened. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my water bottle. Tom, who's usually the skeptical one, just kept saying, "That wasn't a bear. That wasn't a bear." The next day, we drove back to the trail with a camera, thinking maybe we'd find tracks or broken branches, some evidence of what we'd seen. We found a few broken branches high up in the trees, way higher than a bear could reach, and what looked like large footprints in a muddy section off the trail. The prints were huge, easily 16 inches long, but they were partially filled with water and not clear enough to photograph well. I know how this story sounds. If someone had told me this before it happened, I probably wouldn't have believed them. I've spent the last 12 years trying to convince myself that there must be some other explanation, but I know what I saw. Those eyes, that deliberate movement, the intelligence behind them. It wasn't human, but it wasn't just an animal either. We've never gone back to that trail. Tom and I still hike, but something changed that day. We're more cautious now, more aware. Sometimes when we're in the woods, I'll catch a whiff of something that reminds me of that smell, and my heart starts racing. I've never felt comfortable sharing this story widely. I know what people would think. But I know what we saw that day was real, and I know we're not the only ones who've seen something like this in those woods. The thing that still haunts me most isn't the size of the creature or even how it moved. It's those eyes. There was something so aware in them, so intelligent. Sometimes I wonder if it was as curious about us as we were terrified of it. I've never felt so strongly that I was in the presence of something that wasn't supposed to exist, something that challenged everything I thought I knew about the world. I still check local news and websites sometimes, looking for similar stories from that area. Over the years, I've found a few reports that sound similar to what we experienced, always in that same general area, always describing that same reddish-brown hair and impossible height. Each time I read one, I get that same feeling of my heart racing and my palms sweating, remembering those eyes watching us from behind that tree. That day changed how I view the world. There are things out there we can't explain, things that defy our understanding of what's possible. I don't expect everyone to believe my story, but I know what I saw. That creature was real, and it's still out there in those woods, watching, waiting, living its life in parallel to ours, just out of sight. Story 12. I've been holding this story inside for over 20 years now, and I think it's finally time to share what happened to me that summer night in Brookings. I've always been skeptical about these kinds of things, but what I experienced that evening changed everything I thought I knew about our world. It was June 24th, 2001, around 9:30 p.m. I remember the date clearly because it was my son's birthday, and I had just gotten back from dropping him off at his mum's place. I decided to take Max, my golden retriever, for our usual evening walk along the beach. We did this almost every night. It was our routine, our way of unwinding. The weather was surprisingly mild for June in Oregon, with just a light breeze coming off the Pacific. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light that I didn't even need my flashlight much. I parked my Chevy Blazer in the usual spot at the beach access point, just off Highway 101. Max was already excited, doing his happy dance in the back seat. The beach was completely empty, which wasn't unusual for that time of night. The tide was going out, leaving those wide, flat stretches of wet sand that Max loved to run on. We started our walk heading north, away from the harbor lights. Max was off-leash. He was well-trained and always stayed within sight. Everything was normal for the first 20 minutes or so. The waves were gentle that night, creating this rhythmic background noise that always helped clear my head. I remember checking my watch at 9:47 p.m. because I was thinking about work the next day. That's when Max's behavior changed. He stopped dead in his tracks, his tail dropping low. Now, Max was usually this happy-go-lucky dog who'd get excited about seagulls and pieces of driftwood. But I'd never seen him act like this. His ears were perked forward, and he was staring intently at something up on the northern slope where the beach meets the tree line. At first, I didn't see anything unusual. The slope was pretty steep there, covered in that typical coastal vegetation, salal bushes, some wind-twisted shore pines. But then I noticed movement. Two large dark figures were moving along the slope, one behind the other. My first thought was that they were people, maybe locals taking a shortcut through the brush. But something felt off about the way they moved. They were hunched over, walking with this strange fluid motion that made me think of primates. Their arms were long, way too long, and they swung them in this pendulum-like way as they walked. In the moonlight, I could see they were covered in what looked like dark, matted hair. They were massive. I'd guess at least 7 or 8 feet tall, even in their hunched posture. I froze. Every instinct was screaming at me that this wasn't right. These weren't people in suits or anything like that. Their movements were too natural, too fluid. Max let out this low growl, something I'd never heard from him before. He was trembling, and his hackles were raised. Then the smell hit me. It was this overwhelming, pungent odor, like a mix of wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something musky I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. The breeze had shifted, bringing the smell from their direction. What happened next is still crystal clear in my memory. The figures stopped moving. The one in front turned its head toward us, and even from that distance, maybe 150 yards, I could feel it looking right at us. The moonlight caught its face, and I saw this massive, broad face with deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a cat's. That's when I heard it, this low, rumbling sound that was unlike anything I've ever heard. It wasn't quite a growl, more like a deep, chest-resonating vocalization that seemed to vibrate through the air. Max whimpered and pressed against my legs. I reached down to grab his collar, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold on. The figures began moving again, but this time they were angling down the slope, heading in our direction. Their gait changed. It became more purposeful, faster. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran. I grabbed Max's collar and ran as fast as I could back toward my blazer. The sand made it hard to run, and I kept stumbling. I could hear heavy footfalls behind us, this rhythmic thumping that seemed to be getting closer. The smell got stronger, and there was this sound, like heavy breathing mixed with what I can only describe as wood knocking against wood. About halfway back to the car, I heard this crashing sound from the brush, and a deer, a doe, burst out onto the beach, not more than 100 feet away from us. She was terrified, running full tilt across the sand toward the water. That's when I heard it. This incredible roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was primal, powerful, and absolutely terrifying. I finally reached my blazer, fumbling with the keys so badly that I dropped them. I can't describe the panic I felt bending down to pick them up, knowing those things might be getting closer. I got Max into the back seat and jumped in, locking the doors automatically. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine and turned on the headlights, I caught one last glimpse of them. They were standing at the edge of the beach vegetation, partially obscured by the salal bushes. In the headlights, I could see their massive frames, the dark hair covering their bodies, and those eyes, those terrible, intelligent eyes, reflecting the light. The smaller one, though it was still huge, made this gesture. It raised its hand to shield its eyes from the headlights, just like a person would. I threw the car into reverse and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole drive home, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see them following me. Max was unusually quiet in the back seat, still trembling. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep properly. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those figures, those reflecting eyes. Max refused to go back to that beach. He'd get agitated every time we drove past the turnoff. I haven't walked that stretch of beach at night since then. I've tried to rationalize what I saw. I've gone over it thousands of times in my mind, but I know what I saw wasn't human. The way they moved, their size, that smell, it was all too real, too primal. The incident with the deer seems significant to me now, like they were hunting, and we interrupted them. I've never filed an official report. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw that night, and I know I'm not crazy. I've lived in Oregon all my life, spent countless hours in the outdoors, but I've never experienced anything like that before or since. The strange thing is, after that night, there were changes in the area. Local hunters reported finding unusual tracks, and there were stories of strange sounds coming from the forests north of Brookings. But by late August, it all stopped. It was like whatever they were just moved on, disappearing back into the wilderness. I still have questions that haunt me. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Were they a family unit? But most of all, I wonder if they were as surprised to see me as I was to see them. That gesture, shielding eyes from the headlights, it was so human. It's these little details that make me question everything I thought I knew about what exists in our forests. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the fog rolls in from the Pacific, I find myself thinking about those creatures. I think about how they're out there somewhere, moving through the forests of the Pacific Northwest, largely unseen, unknown. And I wonder how many other people have stories like mine that they're afraid to tell. That summer night in 2001 changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of my surroundings when I'm outdoors. Max passed away a few years ago, but until his last day, he never forgot what happened. He'd still get nervous around that stretch of beach, even in broad daylight. Dogs know things we don't, and I've learned to trust their instincts. I don't expect everyone to believe my story, but I know what I saw. Those weren't people in suits, and they weren't bears. They were something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist according to science, but does. And they're out there, moving through the shadows of our forests, just beyond the edge of what we think we know about our world. Story 13. I've been holding on to this story for over 20 years now. Never really told anyone except my wife and a few close friends, but I think it's time to share what happened that day at Crater Lake. I know how this is going to sound, but every word is true. I've gone over it in my mind thousands of times since then. It was March 17th, 2001. My buddy Mike and I were doing some early spring hiking around Crater Lake. We were both in our late 20s then, experienced hikers who'd grown up in Oregon. The weather that day was typical for March in that area. Overcast, around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, with patches of old snow still on the ground. We'd parked at the Rim Village lot around 2 p.m., planning to explore some of the less traveled trails before dark. About 2 hours into our hike, we found ourselves following this small creek that fed into the lake. The area was heavily wooded with old-growth conifers, and there was this thick carpet of pine needles everywhere that muffled our footsteps. The creek wasn't on any official trail. We just sort of wandered off the main path, following the sound of running water. That's when we first heard it. At first I thought it was just the wind playing tricks, or maybe water echoing off rocks. But then Mike stopped dead in his tracks and grabbed my arm. "You hear that?" he whispered. It was like, I don't even know how to describe it properly, like a deep, melodic humming or chanting, but not human. It had this resonance to it that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was coming from somewhere ahead of us, near where the creek disappeared under this old concrete drainage culvert. The culvert was maybe 6 feet in diameter, partially hidden by overgrown vegetation. It looked like it had been there for decades, probably part of some old water management system. The sound was definitely coming from inside or around it. Against every instinct telling me to turn back, we crept closer. The humming got louder, and now we could hear that it wasn't just one voice. There were 2 distinct tones, almost harmonizing with each other. It was hypnotic in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, like something ancient and not meant for human ears. We were maybe 30 feet from the culvert when I noticed the smell. If you've ever been around dead animals in the woods, you know that distinctive decay smell. This was similar, but different, more musty and intense, with this weird underlying sweetness that made my stomach turn. Mike had his hand over his nose and mouth, trying not to gag. That's when we saw them. In the shadow of the culvert, 2 pairs of eyes reflecting the dim afternoon light. Not like animal eyeshine. These were different. They had this intelligent, almost calculating look to them. The eyes were set in these massive dark silhouettes that were swaying slightly back and forth in sync with the humming. The creatures were huge. Even hunched over, they had to be at least 7 feet tall. They were covered in what looked like thick, matted fur that I could just make out in the dim light. Their shoulders were incredibly broad, easily twice the width of a large man. What struck me most was how they moved, fluid and deliberate, almost like they were in some kind of trance. I couldn't make out their faces clearly in the darkness of the culvert, but I could see enough to know this wasn't a bear or any other animal I'd ever encountered. The proportions were all wrong, too human-like in some ways, but definitely not human. The heads were massive and somewhat conical, sitting directly on those huge shoulders with barely any neck visible. We stood there frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. The humming suddenly stopped, and both creatures turned their heads toward us in perfect unison. The movement was so sudden and synchronized, it felt orchestrated. That's when I noticed their eyes had changed. They were now this intense amber color, almost glowing in the shadows. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the creek seemed to go quiet. Then, one of the creatures made this sound, not the melodic humming from before, but a deep, guttural vocalization that I felt in my chest more than heard. The other one immediately responded with a similar call, and they both began moving toward the culvert entrance. I don't remember deciding to run. 1 second we were standing there, and the next we were sprinting back through the woods. I've never run so fast in my life. Branches whipped at my face, and I kept slipping on the pine needles, but pure adrenaline kept me going. I could hear Mike right behind me, breathing hard. The worst part was the sounds that followed us. These weren't the haunting hums from before. They were powerful, resonant calls that seemed to come from everywhere at once. They echoed through the trees in a way that made it impossible to tell if the creatures were right behind us or still back at the culvert. We didn't stop running until we hit the main trail, and we didn't slow down until we reached the parking lot. My legs were shaking so bad I could barely get my keys out of my pocket. We sat in my truck for a good 20 minutes, just trying to catch our breath and process what had happened. Mike and I talked about it for hours that night, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. We went back 2 days later in broad daylight with cameras, but the culvert was empty. No tracks, no signs of anything unusual, just an old drainage pipe in the woods. The only evidence something had been there was this lingering musty smell and some broken branches around the culvert entrance. Over the years I've tried to rationalize what we saw. Maybe it was bears, maybe it was some kind of weird light and shadow effect playing tricks on us. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I heard. That harmonized humming wasn't anything natural or normal. Sometimes I still hear it in my dreams, that deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from somewhere ancient and unknown. I've read about other Bigfoot encounters since then, but I've never come across any that mentioned anything like what we experienced. Most stories talk about single creatures, not pairs, and I've never heard anyone else describe that weird, ritualistic humming. Sometimes I wonder if we interrupted some kind of ceremony or gathering we weren't meant to see. The worst part is not knowing what they were, not knowing what they were doing, not knowing if they're still out there. Every time I go hiking now, especially near water or drainage systems, I can't help but listen for that humming. Part of me hopes I never hear it again, but another part of me wishes I could go back and somehow document what we saw. To this day, Mike and I rarely talk about it. When we do, we still can't explain it. We were both completely sober, it was still light out, and we both saw and heard exactly the same things. I know how this story sounds. Believe me, if someone else told me this, I'd probably think they were making it up. But I know what we experienced was real. Whatever was in that culvert that day wasn't human, and it wasn't any known animal either. I still hike around Crater Lake sometimes, but never alone, and never near that particular area. Some things you only need to experience once in a lifetime. The memory of those synchronized movements, those intelligent eyes, and that otherworldly humming is more than enough for me. Story 14. I've been hesitating to share this for 26 years now. What happened that day in Baldface Creek changed how I see the world, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My cousin Mike and I were both 23 at the time, and we'd grown up exploring the Oregon wilderness together. This was September 1998, during what should have been a routine hiking trip we'd done countless times before. The morning started normally enough. We'd parked my old Ford pickup at the Baldface Creek trailhead around 7 a.m. The weather was typical for early fall in Oregon, overcast about 55 degrees, with a light mist that made everything damp. We were planning to hike up to the ridge and maybe do some mushroom hunting along the way. Mike had his camera because he was into wildlife photography, and I had my usual day pack with some trail mix, water, and basic survival gear. About 2 hours into the hike, we came across something that stopped us in our tracks. There was this massive path of destruction cutting through a clearing, like something huge had been dragged through the underbrush. But this wasn't your typical bear or elk damage. The trail of broken branches and crushed vegetation went up way too high, maybe 10 feet up in places. The really unsettling part was how systematic it looked, like something had deliberately pushed through rather than just randomly crashing around. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. In all our years hiking these woods, we'd never seen anything like this. Mike started taking pictures, but his hands were shaking so bad some of them came out blurry. I remember the absolute silence, no birds, no squirrels, nothing. Just that heavy, oppressive quiet that makes your ears ring. We followed the trail of damage for maybe a quarter mile. The whole time I had this overwhelming feeling of being watched. You know that sensation when someone's staring at the back of your head? Multiply that by 100. Every few steps I'd spin around, convinced something was right behind us, but there was never anything there. Then we came to another clearing, and that's when everything changed. About 50 yards ahead, there was this massive fallen tree trunk, probably 4 feet in diameter, and sitting on it, just sitting there, was something I still struggled to describe. It was huge, easily 7 or 8 feet tall even while sitting. The fur was this deep chocolate brown color, but matted in places like it had been rained on. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, maybe twice the width of a large man. I froze mid-step. Mike bumped into me from behind, and I heard his sharp intake of breath when he saw it too. The creature's head turned toward us, And I swear to God, the intelligence in its eyes, it wasn't animal intelligence. It wasn't human either. It was something else entirely. What happened next still haunts me. The creature raised one massive arm and made this sweeping gesture toward our right, like it was pointing or warning us about something. Then it stood up. Jesus, it was even bigger standing, and walked into the forest. Not crashed, not ran, just walked. The stride was so long it covered ground incredibly fast, but it moved with this eerie grace that seemed impossible for something that size. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. Mike was fumbling with his camera, but his hands were shaking so bad he couldn't get it to focus. The creature had vanished into the trees, but we could hear branches creaking and snapping as it moved away. After we finally got our nerves somewhat under control, we decided to check out the direction it had pointed. About 200 yards down that trail, we found what it was trying to warn us about, a mother black bear and her cub feeding on something in the underbrush. If we'd kept going our original route, we would have walked right into them. The reality of what just happened hit me like a truck. This thing hadn't just acknowledged our presence, it had actively tried to protect us from danger. The complexity of that interaction, it still makes my head spin. We didn't stick around to investigate further. The walk back to the truck was the longest hour of my life. Every snapping twig made us jump. That feeling of being watched never went away until we were back in the parking lot. The aftermath was almost as strange as the encounter itself. When we got home and tried to look at Mike's photos, most were too blurry to make out anything clearly. The few that showed the path of destruction looked less impressive in the pictures than they did in person. Like photos never quite capture the scale of things properly. What really gets me is the small details I still remember with perfect clarity. The way its fur moved in the light breeze, almost shimmering in places. The slight steam rising from its body in the cool air. The way it smelled. Not awful like some people report, but this weird mixture of wet dog and something else I can't quite place. The sound of its footsteps, which were surprisingly quiet for something so massive. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize what we saw. Could it have been a bear standing on its hind legs? No way. The proportions were all wrong, and bears don't move like that. A person in a suit? At that size, in that terrain, moving that smoothly? Impossible. The way it moved through the forest defied explanation. Something that big shouldn't be able to disappear so quickly and quietly. The weirdest part, we never found any tracks. The ground was damp enough that we should have seen something, but there was nothing clear enough to photograph or cast. Just some vague depressions in the moss and more broken branches up high. I've been back to that spot maybe a dozen times over the years, always hoping to see something that might explain what happened. The path of destruction was still visible for several months afterward, but eventually the forest reclaimed it. Now there's nothing left to show what happened there except my memories and a handful of blurry photos in a box somewhere in Mike's attic. This experience fundamentally changed how I view the wilderness. I still hike and camp, but I'm always aware now that we don't know everything about what's out there. The forests of the Pacific Northwest are vast and deep, and they hold secrets we're only beginning to understand. I've never felt threatened by whatever it was we saw that day. If anything, it showed more concern for our safety than most humans would to strangers. But the encounter left me with questions I'll probably never get answers to. Why did it let us see it? Was it trying to communicate something more than just the warning about the bears? Why didn't it leave any clear tracks? The rational part of my brain still tries to find logical explanations, but I know what I saw. Mike and I rarely talk about it anymore, but when we do, our stories haven't changed in 26 years. Sometimes I catch him looking up at the ridges when we're out hiking, and I know he's thinking about it too. Some experiences change you forever, and this was one of them. I still get out in the woods as much as I can, but I'm more observant now. I pay attention to the silence, to the way the birds and animals behave, and sometimes, when the forest goes quiet and that prickly feeling hits the back of my neck, I wonder if something's out there watching, deciding whether or not to show itself. Story 15. My encounter while working in the Brookings forest, 1984. I've kept this story mostly to myself for almost 40 years now, but I think it's time I finally wrote it down. I was part of a forestry crew working near Brookings, Oregon back in '84. We were doing timber surveys and marking trees for a planned harvest in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. I was 28 at the time, and I'd been working forestry jobs for about 6 years, so I knew those woods pretty well. It was early October, and we'd been working that particular section for about 2 weeks. There were 5 of us on the crew: myself, Dave, our crew lead, Mike, Ron, and Steve. We all had years of experience in those forests, and none of us were the type to spook easily or make up stories. The weird stuff started about 3 days before the actual sighting. We'd been noticing some odd things around our work area. Usually you get used to the forest's rhythm, the birds, the occasional rustle of small animals, that sort of thing. But there were times when everything would just stop. Complete silence. If you've spent any time in the woods, you know that's not normal. When it happens, it usually means there's a predator around, a bear or a cougar. But this felt different. I remember specifically on Tuesday that week, I was marking trees about 50 yards from Mike when I got this intense feeling of being watched. I've had that feeling before with cougars, but this was more intense. It was like there was an intelligence behind it. I called over to Mike, and he admitted he'd been feeling the same thing all morning. We found some strange breaks in the branches, about 8 feet up on several trees that day. Clean breaks that didn't look like normal storm or animal damage. The actual sighting happened on Friday, October 12th. The weather was unusually clear for October in Oregon, one of those rare, crisp fall days with excellent visibility. We'd started work around 7 a.m. as usual, and by around 10:30, we'd made our way to a higher elevation where we had a clear view of a large meadow below us. We were at about 2,800 feet elevation, looking across at a parallel ridge with a meadow in between. I was the first one to spot it. I had my Winchester .30-06 with me. We always carried rifles because of bears, and I had a decent 39X scope on it. Through the scope, I first noticed movement at the tree line on the far side of the meadow, maybe 2,500 feet away. At first I thought it was a bear, but something about the movement wasn't right. Bears have a distinctive way of moving, and this wasn't it. "Hey guys," I called out quietly, "take a look at this." Dave was closest and had his binoculars. The others gathered around quickly. What we saw over the next 15 minutes or so has stayed burned in my memory ever since. The creature was walking upright, completely bipedal, with a smooth, natural gait that looked unnervingly human-like, but not quite. Its arms were longer than a human's, swinging in a relaxed way as it walked. The thing that struck me most was its shoulders. They were incredibly broad, maybe twice the width of a large man's. The hair covering its body was this unusual reddish-brown color, almost like old rust, but with some darker patches on the shoulders and back. Through the scope, I could make out its head pretty clearly. It had this distinctive conical shape, like it came to a slight point at the top, with no clear neck. The head just seemed to sit right on those massive shoulders. I'm good at estimating size. It's part of the job in forestry. And based on the surrounding vegetation I knew well, this thing had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe taller. What really got to me was how casual it seemed. It wasn't rushing, wasn't acting like it was hiding or sneaking around. It just walked steadily across that meadow, like it had every right to be there, heading up toward the ridgetop. Its feet were leaving visible impressions in the meadow grass. We could see the path it was making even from our distance. None of us said much while we watched it. What do you say in a moment like that? We'd all heard the stories, of course. Everyone who works in the Pacific Northwest forests has. But actually seeing something like this, it's different. It makes all those stories suddenly feel very real. The thing that still haunts me is how it stopped at one point, turned its head, and seemed to look directly in our direction. I can't explain how I know it saw us, but I'm certain it did. It paused for maybe 30 seconds, just standing there. Through the scope, I could see its chest moving as it breathed. Then it just turned and continued up the ridge, disappeared into the tree line at the top. We stood there for several minutes after it was gone, just processing what we'd seen. Dave finally broke the silence. "We should check out those tracks." But by the time we got over there, which took us about 25 minutes because we had to go around some pretty rough terrain, the afternoon clouds had rolled in and it started to rain. The grass was already starting to spring back up, and while we could see some indentations in the wet ground, they weren't clear enough to make any definitive casts. We found some broken branches at the spot where it had entered the forest about 9 feet up. There was also this smell there, something between wet dog and rotting vegetation, but different somehow, more wild. It's hard to describe, but if you've ever smelled it, you don't forget it. The company had us file an incident report because we'd technically abandoned our work area for several hours. They listed it as a possible bear sighting in the official record. When we tried to explain what we'd actually seen, our supervisor just nodded and smiled in that way people do when they don't believe you, but don't want to argue. Over the next few weeks, we found more evidence in that area. Unusual track patterns, broken branches way too high up for a person to reach, areas where the underbrush had been pushed aside in a way that didn't match any known animal patterns. But we never saw the creature again. The 5 of us still keep in touch, and when we get together, we sometimes talk about that day. None of us has ever changed or embellished our story. We know what we saw. Dave passed away last year, and at his memorial, his wife told me he'd talked about that sighting on his deathbed, still describing it exactly the same way he had back in '84. I've spent 40 years in those forests since then, and while I've had plenty of strange experiences, I've never seen anything quite like that again. But I always keep my rifle handy, and I never go into certain areas alone. When people ask me if I believe in Bigfoot, I don't really answer. I just tell them about what I saw that day in October 1984, and let them make up their own minds. The thing that stays with me most isn't just the sight of the creature itself, but how it changed my understanding of the forest. There's something both terrifying and humbling about realizing that even in a place you think you know well, there can be things that completely defy your understanding of what's possible. It makes you look at those woods differently. Every shadow, every unexpected sound takes on new meaning. I still work as a forestry consultant, and I still spend plenty of time in those woods. But now, when I get that feeling of being watched, or when the forest goes suddenly quiet, I pay attention. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a whiff of that strange, wild smell, and I know I'm not alone out there. Story 16. I've been a deer hunter most of my life, starting when I was just a kid with my dad in the early 60s. What happened to me in 1984 near Coos Bay, Oregon, changed everything I thought I knew about our forests. I've kept quiet about this for years because, honestly, who'd believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It was October 12th, 1984. I remember the date clearly because it was my second weekend out that season, and I'd promised my wife I'd bring home a deer for the freezer. The weather that morning was typical for the Oregon coast. Misty, cool, probably around 45 degrees. I'd parked my old Ford pickup at the end of an unmarked logging road about 15 miles east of Coos Bay, deep in the Elliott State Forest. I got to my spot well before sunrise, around 5:30 a.m. I knew this area like the back of my hand, had been hunting there for over a decade. The spot was perfect. Dense Douglas firs and western red cedars with enough undergrowth to provide good cover for deer, but still allowed decent visibility for shooting. I was about 3 miles from the nearest paved road, and the closest town was probably Allegheny, though that's just a handful of houses, really. I set up in my usual spot, a small natural blind created by a fallen cedar and some thick salal bushes. Had my Remington 700 with me, wearing my standard hunting gear, orange vest over brown canvas jacket, wool cap, and sturdy boots. The morning started normally enough. Saw a few grey squirrels, heard some early morning birds. The fog was hanging low in the trees, creating that eerie silence you only get in the Pacific Northwest forests. Around 8:30 a.m., something changed. You know how the forest has this constant background noise? Birds, small animals, wind in the trees. There's always something. But suddenly, everything went dead quiet. Not gradually like when a predator's around. This was like someone hit a mute button. Even the squirrels I'd been watching just froze, then disappeared into the trees. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. 20 years of hunting experience tells you when something's not right. I'd seen plenty of bears and cougars over the years, but this felt different. The silence was heavy, oppressive almost. I could hear my own heartbeat. That's when I first heard it. Movement through the brush about 100 yards to my right. Not a deer, not a bear. This was bipedal, clear as day, something walking on two legs. But the stride was all wrong for a human. Too long, too powerful. Whatever it was big, and it was moving fast through thick undergrowth that would have stopped most people. I raised my rifle, more out of instinct than anything else. The fog had lifted somewhat, but the forest was still dim under the thick canopy. I could hear branches snapping, not like when they're stepped on, but like they were being pushed aside with force. The footsteps were heavy, not the careful steps of a hunter or hiker, but powerful impacts that I could feel through the ground. Then it happened. This sound. God, I still get chills thinking about it. It started as this deep, guttural growl, but then it changed into something else. The closest thing I can compare it to is a chimpanzee's call, but this was much, much louder and deeper. It had this quality that made my whole body tense up, like it bypassed my conscious mind and triggered something primitive in my brain. The sound echoed through the trees, and I swear it made the leaves vibrate. The worst part? It made this sound while running, not stopping, not slowing down, just this powerful, terrifying vocalization while crashing through the underbrush at full speed. I've heard elk bugle, bears roar, cougars scream. This wasn't anything like those. This was something else entirely. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my rifle. The thing was moving parallel to my position, maybe 80, 90 yards away now. The brush was too thick to see through, but I could track its movement by the way it was displacing the vegetation. The footfalls were rhythmic but fast, much faster than a person could run through that terrain. The smell hit me next. Everyone talks about the smell when they have these encounters, and now I know why. It was this overwhelming, pungent odor, like wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation and something musky I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. This wasn't just passing through the air, it was like it was filling up the whole space around me. I stayed absolutely still, barely breathing. The thing moved past my position, still running, still making that ungodly sound. It was heading northeast, deeper into the forest. The vocalization changed pitch a few times, almost like it was modulating the sound deliberately. This wasn't just some animal call. It felt intelligent, purposeful. The encounter probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like hours. As the sound of its movement faded into the distance, I could still hear occasional branches breaking and that haunting call, now fainter, but still clear enough to make my skin crawl. It must have covered at least 200 yards in that time, moving through terrain that would have taken me 10 minutes to carefully pick through. I stayed in that spot for another hour, rifle ready, trying to get my breathing under control. The forest stayed quiet for a long time. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. When the normal sounds finally started to return, it was gradual, like the wildlife was just as spooked as I was. When I finally got up the nerve to move, my legs were shaking so bad I could barely walk. I made my way over to where the thing had passed through. The signs were obvious. Broken branches up to 8 feet high, disturbed undergrowth, and most telling, tracks. The tracks were pressed deep into the damp soil, much deeper than any human prints would have been. They were partially obscured by the displaced vegetation, but what I could see turned my blood cold. They were huge, easily 16 inches long with 5 distinct toes. The stride length was incredible, easily twice what mine would be. But what really got me was how fresh the tracks looked and how deep they were pressed into the soil. Whatever made them had to be incredibly heavy. I didn't stick around to investigate further. I got out of there as fast as I could while still being careful. No way I was going to run and risk attracting attention to myself. Made it back to my truck around 11 a.m. and didn't stop shaking until I was halfway home. I went back a week later with my buddy Mike, just to check the area in daylight. The tracks were still there, though rain had deteriorated them significantly. Mike, who'd been skeptical of my story, got real quiet when he saw them. We found more broken branches, some hair caught on bark, dark brown, coarse, unlike any animal hair I was familiar with, and a clear trail where something very large had moved through the undergrowth. That was my last time hunting in that particular spot. I still hunt, but never alone anymore, and never in that part of the forest. I've talked to other hunters over the years who've had similar experiences in the Coos Bay area. Strange sounds, unexplained movements, that distinctive smell. Most won't talk about it openly, but over a beer, late at night, the stories come out. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize what happened that day. Could it have been a bear, a moose? Though we don't have moose in that part of Oregon. Some guy in a suit playing a prank? None of those explanations fit what I experienced. The bipedal movement, the incredible speed through dense undergrowth, that unique vocalization, the sheer power behind its movements. It all points to something else, something that shouldn't exist but does. I'm 78 now, and I've never forgotten that morning. It fundamentally changed how I view our forests and what might be living in them. I don't need anyone to believe me. I know what I heard and saw that day. But I do know this. There are things in our woods that defy explanation, and sometimes the old stories, the ones passed down through generations, have more truth to them than we'd like to admit. The Forest Service later told me there had been other reports in that area during the same period. Unusual sounds, strange tracks, livestock acting nervous. They documented it all, filed it away somewhere, but never offered any explanations. I guess some things just don't fit into our neat categories of what should or shouldn't exist. I still dream about that sound sometimes. It's not something you forget. It's the kind of experience that makes you realize how little we really know about the wilderness around us, how many secrets those ancient forests might still be keeping. All I know is that something was out there that day, something that shouldn't exist according to our science books, but does. And it's still out there moving through those forests, leaving behind nothing but broken branches, mysterious tracks and stories like mine. Story 17. I've been hesitant to share this for almost 30 years now. I'm not the type who goes around telling wild stories or seeking attention. I've been hunting since I was 12, and I've spent more time in the woods than I can count. What I saw that day in November 1995 changed everything I thought I knew about our forests. I was out elk hunting in Curry County, Oregon, November 14, 1995. That date is burned into my memory. The weather was unusually mild for that time of year, around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, with a light overcast. Perfect hunting conditions, or so I thought. I'd been hunting these woods for over 2 decades at that point, and I knew every trail, every ridge, and every creek like the back of my hand. I'd parked my truck about 2 miles back on Forest Service Road 375 and hiked in before dawn. My spot was this little ridge overlooking a clearing where I'd seen elk moving through in previous years. I was using my Remington 700 in .300 Win Mag with a Leupold 39X scope, and I had my trusty old Steiner binoculars, standard gear for any serious hunter. The morning started normally enough. I got to my spot around 5:30 a.m., well before first light. The air was crisp, and there was this light mist hanging in the trees. You know that pre-dawn silence in the woods, where everything's still waking up? That's what I was experiencing. I'd been sitting there for maybe 3 hours, occasionally glassing the area with my binoculars, when things started getting different. It was about 8:45 a.m. when I first noticed something was off. The birds just stopped. Now, any hunter knows that sudden silence in the woods means something's up. Usually it's just a coyote or maybe a bear moving through. But this was different. The silence was absolute. No squirrels, no birds, nothing. Just this heavy stillness that seemed to press down on you. That's when I caught that smell. Look, I've smelled dead animals, rotting vegetation, skunk spray, you name it. This was different. It was this powerful, musty odor, like wet dog mixed with something rotten, but also, I don't know, almost human-like. It's hard to describe, but it made my stomach turn. I was scanning the area with my binoculars when I first saw it. About 45 yards out, there was this fallen tree that had split into a Y shape when it fell. At first, I thought it was another hunter in dark clothing, sitting on the log. I was actually about to wave or signal somehow. You know, the ethical thing to do when you spot another hunter. But something stopped me. Through my binoculars, I could see this figure just sitting there on the Y-shaped part of the tree. It was massive, not just tall but broad. The shoulders had to be twice the width of any human I've ever seen. It was covered in dark brown hair, not patchy like a bear, but uniform, almost like a well-kept coat. The hair looked about 3-4 inches long, with some silver-tipped areas around the shoulders. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the binoculars steady. I set them down and picked up my rifle to look through the scope. The magnification gave me an even clearer view, and that's when my world turned upside down. This thing, it was sitting there swinging its legs, almost casually, like a kid sitting on a fence. It was pulling something from the vegetation around it, looked like ferns or shoots, and bringing them to its mouth. The face, God, the face. It wasn't a bear face. It wasn't human either. The forehead sloped back and there was this heavy brow ridge. The nose was broad and flat, but definitely not a bear's snout. Its eyes were dark and deep-set, and I swear they looked intelligent. The whole time I watched, it just sat there eating vegetation, occasionally looking around but never directly at me. I had a perfect shot. I've been hunting all my life, and I had a clean shot at this thing for a good 30 minutes. But something stopped me. Maybe it was how human-like its movements were, or maybe it was just pure shock. I couldn't even reach for my camera in my backpack. I was literally frozen in place. The creature's hands were huge but distinctly hand-like, not paws. The fingers were long and thick, and it used them with surprising dexterity to pick the vegetation. I could see muscles rippling under the hair when it moved. Based on the log it was sitting on, I went back and measured it later. This thing had to be at least 8 feet tall when standing. What really got to me was how comfortable it seemed. Like it owned these woods and had no fear. It wasn't acting like any wild animal I've ever seen. There was purpose in its movements, awareness in its posture. It would occasionally turn its head to look around, and I noticed it had almost no neck. Its head just seemed to sit right on those massive shoulders. After what felt like forever but was probably about 30 minutes, it happened. A branch snapped somewhere off to my right, probably a deer or something, and the creature's head snapped toward the sound. In one fluid motion, it stood up. Jesus, it was big. In all my years hunting, I've never felt so small, so vulnerable. It took 2 steps behind the fallen tree and just disappeared. No crashing through the brush, no sound at all. Something that big shouldn't be able to move that quietly. I sat there for another hour, hardly breathing before I could make myself move. My legs were shaking so bad I could barely walk. When I finally got up the courage to check the area, I found the Y-shaped log. There were these massive depressions in the rotting wood where it had been sitting, and some crushed vegetation. The smell still lingered. I found one clear footprint in some soft soil, at least 16 inches long with 5 distinct toes. I didn't have a camera with me. Stupid, I know, but who expects something like this? I've never told many people about this. My wife knows, and a couple of close hunting buddies, but that's it. I still hunt those woods, but never alone anymore. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, when I'm out there, I'll catch that smell, or the woods will go completely silent, and I know it's out there. The thing that haunts me most isn't the size of the creature, or even how it moved. It's the intelligence I saw in those eyes. This wasn't some animal acting on instinct. Whatever I saw that day, it was thinking, observing, aware. I've run this encounter through my head thousands of times over the years, questioning everything I saw. But I know what I saw. I've spent my life in these woods, and I know the difference between a bear, a human, or anything else that should be out there. That day changed me. I'm more cautious in the woods now, more observant. And I've learned that sometimes the old stories, the ones we dismiss as legends or myths, might have more truth to them than we're willing to admit. I still hunt in Curry County, but I've never gone back to that exact spot. Not out of fear exactly, but out of respect. That place belongs to something else, something that was there long before me and will probably be there long after I'm gone. I've made peace with that. For those wondering why I waited so long to share this, would you have believed me back then? Would you believe me now? All I know is that the woods hold secrets, and sometimes we get a glimpse of something we weren't meant to understand. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I know what I saw, and that's enough for me. Story 18. I've never told this story outside my immediate family, but what happened to me that morning in '97 still haunts me. I was checking my beaver traps along Miller's Creek in Millbrook, Alabama. something I'd done hundreds of times before. I've been trapping since I was a kid, learned it from my grandfather, and I know those woods like the back of my hand. Or at least I thought I did until that day. It was October 12th, 1997. I remember the date clearly because it was the day before my son's birthday, and I was planning to wrap up early to help with party preparations. The morning was unusually foggy, with that thick, soupy kind that just hangs in the air. Temperature was probably in the low 50s, and there was this eerie stillness that I initially blamed on the weather. I had my old black lab, Duke, with me, best hunting dog I'd ever owned. That dog wasn't afraid of anything. He'd faced down wild boars and even a black bear once without batting an eye. I'd parked my '89 Jeep Cherokee at my usual spot near the old logging road and was making my way down to check the first set of traps. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Anyone who's spent time outdoors knows the usual forest smells. Wet leaves, mud, sometimes a dead animal. But this was different. It was like a combination of rotting meat, wet dog, and something else I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. At first I thought maybe something had died nearby, but this smell had a presence to it. That's the only way I can describe it. Duke noticed it too. He started acting strange, head low, tail tucked, letting out these low whines I'd never heard from him before. When I tried to get him to follow me down to the creek, he planted himself by the Jeep and wouldn't budge. In 15 years he'd never done that. I should have listened to him. Should have turned back right then. But I had 8 traps to check, and I wasn't about to leave them unchecked just because of some weird smell and my dog acting up. I grabbed my flashlight and my .30, 30 Winchester, standard for predator protection, and headed down to the creek. The fog was thicker near the water, but I could still make out my trail markers. About 50 yards down, I found the first set of tracks, and my blood ran cold. I've been tracking game all my life. Deer, bear, you name it. These prints were in the creek bank mud, clear as day, and they were impossible. Had to be 16, maybe 17 inches long, human-shaped, but way too big. The stride length between them was enormous, easily over 4 feet. Whatever made them would have to be massive. I stood there staring at those prints like an idiot when I heard it. The sound of branches breaking. Not like when a deer moves through brush. These were big branches, the kind that make that loud, sharp crack when they break. And it wasn't just 1 or 2. It was like something huge was moving through the trees about 60, 70 yards to my right. Then came the grunt. I've heard pretty much every animal sound these woods can make, but this was different. It was deep, like it came from something with a chest bigger than a barrel. It wasn't aggressive, more like curious. But it made every hair on my body stand up. My stomach literally turned over, and I felt this primal urge to run. That's when I saw it through the fog. At first, it was just a dark shape moving between the trees, but it was huge, way taller than any man. Had to be at least 8 feet, maybe more. What really got me were the proportions. The shoulders were incredibly wide, and its arms hung down past its knees. It was covered in what looked like dark hair, but in the fog, I couldn't make out much detail. The way it moved, though, that's what really messed with me. It was smooth, deliberate, not like a bear lumbering around. This thing moved with purpose. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it turned its head toward me. I couldn't make out its face in the fog, but I knew it was looking right at me. That's when I heard Duke start barking frantically back at the Jeep. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the shape in the trees. Every survival instinct was screaming at me to run, but I knew better. You don't run from predators. But with each step I took backward, I could hear movement in the brush, parallel to me. It was pacing me, staying just out of clear sight in the fog. When I finally made it back to the Jeep, Duke was going absolutely berserk, barking and growling like I'd never heard before. I tried to start the engine, but it just clicked. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the key. Behind the Jeep I could hear heavy footsteps in the leaves, getting closer. The smell was overwhelming now, and there was this pressure in the air, like when a thunderstorm is about to break, but heavier. I tried the key again, and thank God the engine turned over. I threw it in reverse and got out of there as fast as I could. In my rearview mirror, through the fog, I swear I saw something step onto the logging road, something huge and dark, but I didn't stop to get a better look. I left my traps out there, never went back for them. Sold my trapping gear the next month. Duke wouldn't go near those woods again. He'd start whining and shaking if I even drove past that turnoff. He was never quite the same after that day. I've run this over in my head thousands of times since then. Tried to convince myself it was a bear, or that the fog was playing tricks on my eyes. But I know what I saw. Those proportions weren't natural. That movement wasn't like any animal I know. And those footprints, I've got a photo of them somewhere. Took it with my disposable camera before I got out of there, but it didn't come out clear in the fog. The worst part is the dreams. They started a few days after the encounter and haven't really stopped. Always the same. I'm back in those woods in that fog, but this time I can see its face clearly. I wake up in a cold sweat every time, but I can never remember what the face looks like, just that feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. I still live in Millbrook, still hunt in other areas, but I never went back to Miller's Creek. A few other folks have reported strange things in that area over the years. Weird sounds, bad smells, livestock acting strange. But as far as I know, nobody's ever seen what I saw. Sometimes I drive past that old logging road turnoff and get this feeling, like something's still out there, watching and waiting. I've heard all the Bigfoot stories, seen the shows and documentaries. Most of them sound like bull to me. But I know what I experienced that morning. It was real, it was terrifying, and it changed how I see the world. There are things out there in our woods that we can't explain, and maybe we're better off not trying to. Story 19. I've kept quiet about this for over 20 years now, but I need to finally share what happened to me and my son back in 2003. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but I can't explain what we saw that day in Pine Grove, Montana. I've never been the type to believe in creatures or myths, but what we encountered changed everything I thought I knew about our forests. It was October 12th, late afternoon, around 4:30 p.m. The air was getting crisp, and I knew winter wasn't far off. My son Jake and I were gathering firewood near our property line, about 3 miles outside of town. We'd moved to Pine Grove just 6 months earlier after my divorce, and I'd been determined to be self-sufficient. That meant learning to stock up on firewood before the brutal Montana winter set in. The location was off Old Miller Road, past where the pavement ends. Our nearest neighbor was about 2 miles away, and the closest thing to civilization was Earl's Gas and Groceries, about 5 miles down the main road. The forest there is dense, mostly lodgepole pines and Douglas firs that grow so thick you can't see more than 50 feet into the tree line. I remember everything about that afternoon with crystal clarity. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows through the trees. It had rained the day before, so the ground was still damp and the wood was wet. I had my old Ford F-150 backed up to the tree line, and Jake was helping me by collecting smaller pieces while I worked with the larger logs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the silence. If you've spent any time in Montana forests, you know they're never truly quiet. There's always birds, squirrels, the wind in the trees, something. But suddenly, everything just stopped. No birds, no rustling, nothing. Just this heavy silence that seemed to press down on your ears. Jake was about 15 feet away from me when he suddenly froze. I'll never forget the way his little hand slowly raised, pointing toward the edge of the forest. At first, I thought maybe he'd spotted a deer or an elk. We'd seen plenty of those before, but when I followed his gaze, my blood ran cold. There, partially hidden behind a massive fallen Douglas fir, was something that shouldn't exist. The creature was massive. I'm talking at least 8 feet tall, even in its crouched position. Its fur was this strange reddish-brown color that almost glowed in the sunset light, like copper wire catching the sun. But it wasn't just the size that struck me. It was how it moved. There was something unnervingly deliberate about its movements, almost human-like, as it methodically stripped bark from a tree with these huge, dark hands. I can still hear the sound of the bark being peeled away, this wet, ripping noise that seemed impossibly loud in the silence. Its fingers were massive, easily twice the size of mine, and darker than the rest of its fur, almost black. The knuckles were huge, and I could see muscles rippling under the fur as it worked. My first instinct was to scream, but some primal part of my brain kept me quiet. Instead, I slowly started moving toward Jake, my eyes never leaving the creature. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my legs felt like they were moving through molasses. Every step I took seemed to make too much noise, even though I was trying to be as quiet as possible. I reached Jake and gently put my hand on his shoulder. He was trembling, but thankfully he stayed quiet. That's when it happened. The creature stopped what it was doing and slowly raised its head. I've never seen anything like that face. It was like someone had tried to make a gorilla's face human, or a human face more ape-like. The eyes were deep set under a heavy brow ridge, dark and intelligent in a way that made my skin crawl. They weren't animal eyes. There was something behind them, something that knew exactly what it was looking at. Those eyes locked onto us, and in that moment I felt completely exposed. It wasn't just being watched, it was being studied. The creature's head tilted slightly, almost like it was curious. That's when the screams started. The first one came from somewhere behind the creature, maybe 100 yards deeper into the forest. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, this high-pitched metallic shriek that seemed to cut through the air like a knife. Then another answered from our left, closer this time, then another from the right. The sounds were coming from at least 3 different directions, and they had this rhythm to them, almost like they were communicating. The creature in front of us slowly stood up to its full height, and I felt my knees go weak. It had to be close to 9 feet tall. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and its arms hung down past its knees. The fur on its chest was matted and darker than the rest of its body, and I could see muscles shifting beneath it as it moved. I scooped Jake up. He was 7, but felt like he weighed nothing at that moment, and started backing toward the truck. Every survival instinct I had was screaming at me not to turn my back on the creature. The screams in the forest were getting closer, and I could hear movement in the underbrush now, branches snapping, leaves rustling. The main creature took a step forward, moving out from behind the fallen tree. Its gait was smooth, bipedal, but with a slight roll to it, like a very athletic person moving quietly. The way it moved was wrong, too fluid for something that size. Each step it took was deliberate, testing the ground before putting its full weight down. We were about 30 feet from the truck when I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, something dark moving through the trees to our left. Then I saw another shadow to our right. They were coordinating, trying to flank us. The main creature let out a sound then, not like the screams from before, but deeper, more like a rumble you could feel in your chest. I broke. I turned and ran those last few steps to the truck, yanked the passenger door open, and practically threw Jake inside. As I ran around to the driver's side, I heard something heavy hit the ground behind me, like a massive weight landing from a jump. The truck rocked when I slammed my door shut, and my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I threw it into reverse, not even looking behind me. The tires spun in the damp soil for a moment before catching, and we shot backward. I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror. 3 massive shapes at the edge of the clearing, one of them half exposed in the fading light. The main creature was still watching us, and I swear I saw it raise one of those huge hands, almost like a wave. I spun the truck around and hit the gas. We were doing 60 down that dirt road, the truck bouncing so hard I thought it would shake apart. Jake was crying quietly beside me, and I had one arm around him, holding him close while I drove with the other hand. The screams followed us for about a mile, getting fainter and fainter until they finally stopped. I didn't slow down until we hit pavement, and I didn't really feel safe until we were back in town, under the streetlights. When we got home, I found deep scratches in the truck's tailgate, 4 parallel lines that no bear could have made. There were also chunks of bark in the truck bed that I hadn't collected, different from what I'd been gathering. It was stripped off in long, clean pulls, with marks from fingers visible in the wood. I reported it to the local rangers the next day, but they just logged it as a possible bear sighting. I know what bears look like. I've lived in Montana most of my life. What we saw wasn't a bear. Bears don't coordinate. Bears don't have almost human faces. Bears don't stand 9 feet tall and move like athletes. Jake and I never went back to that specific spot, though we could sometimes hear those screams in the distance on particularly quiet nights. We moved away from Pine Grove 2 years later, but not because of what happened. At least that's what I tell myself. Jake's 19 now, and we still talk about it sometimes, making sure the other one remembers it the same way. making sure we haven't just imagined the whole thing. I know how this story sounds. If someone told it to me, I probably wouldn't believe them. Sometimes I'm not even sure I believe it myself, until I go out to my garage and look at those scratches on my old truck's tailgate, or remember the way those eyes looked at us, not with hunger or aggression, but with intelligence. That's what really haunts me. Not the size, not the screams, but those eyes. They knew exactly what we were, and they wanted us to know exactly what they were too. The forests of Montana are deep, and they're old. Maybe they're keeping secrets we're not ready to understand. All I know is that something is out there, something that shouldn't exist but does. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night and the house is too quiet, I can still hear those metallic screams echoing through the trees. Story 20. I've debated sharing this for a long time. What happened to me back in '88 changed my life forever, and I still get chills thinking about it. I was 34 then, living in Cedar Creek, Oregon, and spent most of my free time fishing. Had been doing it since I was a kid, knew every creek and stream in those parts like the back of my hand. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that morning in late October. It was October 23rd, 1988 to be exact. Some dates just burn themselves into your memory, you know. The weather was typical for that time of year, misty, cool, around 45 degrees with a light drizzle. I'd gotten to my favorite spot on Cedar Creek just before sunrise, around 6:15 a.m. This particular spot was about 4 miles from the nearest road, deep in the woods where the creek widens a bit and forms these perfect pools for steelhead. I'd caught some of my biggest fish there. I remember being excited because the conditions were perfect. Light rain meant good fishing, and the steelhead would be running. I'd parked my old Ford pickup at the logging road entrance and hiked in with my gear, just my rod, tackle box, and a small backpack with some snacks and water. Didn't even bring my usual thermos of coffee, something I'd later regret since I needed all my wits about me. The first weird thing I noticed was how quiet it got. I mean, anyone who spends time in the woods knows there's always some kind of background noise. Birds, squirrels, the wind in the trees. But around 7:30 a.m., everything just stopped. At first I didn't think much of it. Sometimes animals go quiet when a predator's around, usually a cougar or bear. I'd seen both plenty of times before, so I just kept fishing, though I did make sure my bear spray was within reach. That's when the smell hit me. Look, I've been around dead things in the woods. I've smelled rotting carcasses, stagnant water, all sorts of unpleasant things. But this was different. It was like a mixture of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else I can't even describe. So strong it made my eyes water. Not like a brief whiff either. It was heavy in the air, like a thick blanket of stench. My first thought was, maybe there was a dead elk upstream, but this smell was too intense, too different. I was just about to pack it in. The smell was making me nauseous when I saw it. Through the morning mist, about 30 yards upstream, something was moving. At first I thought it was just shadows playing tricks on me. The mist was pretty thick, and you know how your mind can sometimes make shapes out of nothing. But then it stepped into the creek. I've spent over 40 years in these woods. I know every animal that lives here. This wasn't any of them. This thing was huge. I'm 6'1", and it towered over my height by at least 2 feet. But it wasn't just the size that froze me in place. It was how it moved. This thing stepped into the creek and started crossing, moving from rock to rock with this impossible grace for something so massive. Not splashing, not stumbling, just smooth, deliberate movements that shouldn't have been possible for something that size. The water there is pretty deep in places, with scattered boulders making natural stepping stones. This thing knew exactly where to put its feet. That's when it hit me. It knew this creek as well as I did. This wasn't some lost animal wandering through. It moved like it had crossed here hundreds of times before. Then it stopped, right in the middle of the creek, and it turned its head toward me. I'll never forget what I saw. The face was almost human, but wrong, just wrong. Dark, matted fur covered most of it, but I could see its features clearly enough. The eyes were deep-set and dark, but alert, intelligent. Its mouth was slightly open, showing yellowish teeth that looked powerful enough to crush bone. But what really got to me was the expression. It wasn't aggressive or threatening. It was curious, like it was studying me just as much as I was studying it. My whole body was shaking, but I couldn't move, not one muscle. I've been face to face with bears before, had close calls with cougars, but this was different. This thing was thinking, considering. Those eyes held something I recognized: awareness, intelligence. The water was rushing around its legs thicker than tree trunks, covered in dark, matted fur that looked almost black when wet. Its arms were proportionally longer than a human's, hanging down past its knees, ending in massive hands with visible fingers. Not claws. Fingers. The shoulders were incredibly broad, and its neck was thick and powerful, but it had a distinct head shape, not like an ape or bear. We stared at each other for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. My fishing rod was still in my hands, line in the water, forgotten. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, feel the cold sweat running down my back. The smell was overwhelming now, making me dizzy. Then it made a sound, not a growl or a roar. Something between a deep rumble and a hum, so low I felt it more than heard it. The sound seemed to reverberate through my chest. That's when I noticed other things. Broken branches high up in the trees along the creek, way too high for any normal animal to reach. Fresh scrape marks on some of the trees, at least 8 feet up the trunks. Suddenly, there was a crash somewhere in the forest behind it, probably a fallen branch. The creature's head snapped toward the sound, and in that instant of distraction, my paralysis broke. I dropped my rod, left my tackle box, and ran. I ran like I've never run before or since. Branches whipped my face. I slipped in the mud multiple times, but I didn't stop. I could hear movement in the woods parallel to my path, something big moving through the trees, but I didn't look. I just ran. I made it back to my truck in what must have been record time, shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I was starting the engine, I heard that sound again, that deep, resonating rumble, closer now, coming from the tree line. I threw the truck into gear and got out of there, gravel spraying everywhere. I didn't go fishing for months after that. When I finally worked up the courage to go back for my gear, everything was gone. Rod, tackle box, backpack, everything. I found some unusual tracks in the mud near where I'd been standing. Huge footprints, human-like, but over 16 inches long. The trees I remembered seeing marks on had been rubbed smooth in places, and there were broken branches scattered everywhere. That was 35 years ago, and I've never told this story publicly until now. I still fish that creek sometimes, but never alone, and never in that exact spot. Sometimes when I'm there, I catch that smell again, just faintly, or hear branches cracking way up in the trees. When that happens, I pack up and leave, no matter how good the fishing is. I've read about other encounters since then, learned about behaviors and patterns. Everything I've read just confirms what I experienced. The silence in the woods, the smell, the way it moved, its awareness, it all matches up. But reading about it and experiencing it are two very different things. I know what I saw that day. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a man in a suit, wasn't any known animal. That thing was intelligent, aware, and very, very real. It let me go. It could have easily caught me if it wanted to. Something that moves that gracefully through water could have run me down in seconds on land. But it didn't. It just watched me run. The thing that still haunts me isn't the size, the smell, or even those teeth. It's the eyes. Those weren't animal eyes. There was something behind them. Something that knew exactly what it was doing. Something that was choosing to let me see it. I've spent my whole life in these woods, but after that day, I never felt like I was alone out there again. Sometimes I wonder if others have seen it in that same spot. If they have, they're keeping quiet about it, just like I did for all these years. But I know it's still out there. The signs are there if you know what to look for. Broken branches too high up, strange prints that appear and disappear, and that unforgettable smell that sometimes drifts through the trees, reminding me that we don't know nearly as much about these woods as we think we do. Story 21. But I've never told many people about what happened that evening in October 2001. Even now, over 20 years later, I still get chills thinking about it. I was 34 at the time, living on my small horse farm just outside Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The property had been in my family for generations, nothing fancy, just a modest house, a barn, and about 15 acres, most of it backing up to dense woodland. That particular evening started like any other. It was around 6:30 p.m., and I was doing my usual evening routine of feeding the horses. I had 4 of them back then, 2 quarter horses, Duke and Bonnie, and 2 older thoroughbreds, Storm and Lady. The sun was setting, creating that kind of hazy twilight that makes everything look a bit different than it really is. The air was crisp. You know how October evenings get in Tennessee. And there was this strange stillness about everything. I remember being a bit annoyed because I'd started later than usual with the evening feed. I'd gotten caught up watching the news, and by the time I got out there, the light was already fading fast. I had this old battery-powered lantern with me, but I hadn't turned it on yet since there was still enough natural light to see by. I was carrying 2 feed buckets, making my way across the paddock to where the horses were waiting by the fence. They knew the routine. They always got a bit excited around feeding time, but something was different that evening. I first noticed it with Duke. He was usually the most laid back of the bunch, but his head suddenly shot up, ears pricked forward, totally alert. Then one by one, the others did the same thing, all of them staring intently at the same spot along the tree line about 50 yards away. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or a coyote. We got those sometimes. But the horses' reaction was different. I'd seen them spooked by predators before, but this was something else. They weren't trying to run away. They were completely frozen, like they were transfixed by whatever they were looking at. That's when the smell hit me. People always ask me to describe it, and the best I can say is that it was like a combination of wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something else I can't quite put my finger on, musky and wild. It wasn't just strong, it was overwhelming, like you could almost taste it in the air. I was still standing there, feed buckets in hand, when I heard the first crack of branches from the woods. It wasn't like the sound of a small animal moving through brush. These were loud, deliberate breaks, like something very large was moving through the trees. The sound echoed across the paddock in the still evening air. My hands started trembling so badly that some of the feed spilled out of the buckets. I slowly set them down, never taking my eyes off the tree line. That's when I saw it. Something massive moving in the shadows of the trees. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just the fading light playing tricks on my eyes, but then it stepped partially into a clearer area. I'm 5'8", and this thing was towering, had to be at least 7 or 8 feet tall. Its outline was distinctly humanoid, but wrong somehow. The proportions were off. The shoulders were too wide, the arms too long. It was covered in what looked like dark, shaggy hair, though in the dim light I couldn't make out the exact color. The horses were dead quiet now, which was almost more unnerving than if they'd been panicking. The only sound was this deep, rhythmic breathing coming from the figure. It wasn't panting like an animal. It was slow, deliberate breaths that seemed to carry across the paddock with unnatural clarity. I stood there, completely frozen, as this thing just watched me. I know it was watching me because even though I couldn't make out its face clearly, I could feel its gaze locked onto me. It was the most intense feeling of being observed I've ever experienced, like being under a microscope. Time seemed to stop. I don't know if I stood there for 2 minutes or 20. My legs were shaking so badly I thought I might collapse. The logical part of my brain was screaming at me to run, but some primitive instinct told me to stay absolutely still. Then it moved. Despite its massive size, it moved with an almost fluid grace that defied logic. It took several steps toward the fence line, and that's when the horses finally broke. All 4 of them suddenly exploded into motion, bolting to the far end of the paddock. The sudden movement seemed to startle the creature, and it stopped its approach. I could see it more clearly now, though my mind was having trouble processing what I was seeing. Its head sat directly on those massive shoulders. There was barely any neck to speak of. The arms hung down past where knees would be on a human. Even at that distance I could tell its hands were massive. My lantern was still hanging at my side, and with trembling fingers I managed to turn it on. The beam caught the creature full on, and for a split second I saw it in clear detail. The face was somewhere between ape and human, with deep-set eyes that reflected the light like a deer's. The hair was a dark reddish-brown, matted in some places and hanging long in others. That moment of illumination broke whatever spell had been holding us both in place. The creature let out a sound I'll never forget, not quite a growl, not quite a grunt, but something in between. It turned with surprising speed and moved back into the tree line. The movement was so quick and fluid that my brain had trouble tracking it. I stood there for what felt like hours, the lantern beam shaking as my hand trembled. The horses were still huddled at the far end of the paddock, occasionally making nervous sounds. That horrible smell lingered in the air for a long time afterward. When I finally found the courage to move, I practically ran back to the house. I called the local sheriff's office, but I could tell by their tone that they didn't take it seriously. The next morning, I went out to look for tracks. There were some impressions in the soft ground near the fence, but the previous week's rain had left the soil too soft to hold clear prints. That was 23 years ago, and I've never seen anything like it since. The horses were skittish for weeks afterward, especially around dusk. I installed better security lights around the paddock and never did the evening feeding again without them on. Some of my neighbors have had strange experiences over the years, missing livestock, unusual sounds in the night, that same distinctive smell, but nothing as direct as what I encountered. I've spent countless hours trying to rationalize what I saw that evening. I've looked at pictures of bears standing on their hind legs, researched every large animal native to Tennessee, but nothing matches what I saw. The way it moved, the intelligence in its gaze, that impossible combination of size and grace. It defied everything I thought I knew about the natural world. I still live on that same property, still keep horses, though it's a different group now. Sometimes, especially on quiet October evenings when the light is just right, I find myself staring at that tree line, wondering if it's still out there, wondering if I'll ever see it again. Part of me hopes I don't, but another part of me wishes I could prove to myself that what I saw that evening was real. The feed buckets from that night are still out there somewhere in the paddock where I dropped them. I never went back for them. Some things you just leave behind, along with the certainty that you know what's really out there in the woods. Story 22. I've been hesitant to share this story for nearly 30 years now. What happened to me in Whisper Creek back in '94 changed my life forever, and I still get chills thinking about it. I've never been the type to believe in monsters or crazy stories, but after what I experienced that day, I can't explain it any other way. I was 34 at the time, working as a wildlife photographer and doing some contract work for Idaho Fish and Game. It was early October, and I'd been tasked with setting up trail cameras to monitor elk migration patterns in the Whisper Creek area, about 30 miles outside of Wallace. The location was pretty remote. You had to take an old logging road for about 45 minutes just to get to the trailhead. That morning started like any other. I loaded up my '92 Ford F-150 with my gear, 3 trail cameras, my Nikon camera for documentation, some basic tools, and my Winchester .30, standard practice in bear country. I left home around 5:30 a.m., wanting to get an early start since I had several spots to cover that day. The weather was typical for October in Idaho, crisp and cool, probably around 45 degrees, with a light mist hanging in the air. I'd been working in that area for weeks, so I knew the terrain pretty well. But as I was hiking up to my third camera location, about 2 miles from the truck, I noticed something odd. The young aspens in the area, we're talking trees about 3-4 inches in diameter, were bent and twisted in ways I'd never seen before. At first I thought maybe it was storm damage, but this was different. These trees were systematically woven together, creating these arch-like structures. Some were bent over at perfect 90-degree angles, their tops intertwined with other trees. The weird thing was, none of them were broken. They were all still alive and growing that way. I've seen my share of natural phenomena, but this wasn't natural. The precision and strength required to bend these trees without breaking them. It didn't make sense. I pulled out my camera and started taking photos for documentation. That's when I noticed the prints. At first I thought they were bear tracks, but something was off. These prints were huge, easily 16 inches long, and had a distinctly human-like shape. The stride length between them was massive, probably around 4-5 feet apart. They were fresh too, probably from that morning given the recent drizzle. My hands were shaking as I placed a dollar bill next to one of the prints for scale and took more photos. The tracks led toward a rocky outcropping about 200 yards away. I could see what looked like a cave entrance at the base of the rocks. Every instinct told me to turn back, but my professional curiosity got the better of me. I needed to document this. As I approached the cave, a smell hit me that nearly made me vomit. It was this horrible combination of wet dog, rotting meat, and something else I can't even describe, musky and primal. The ground around the cave entrance was littered with bones, mostly deer from what I could tell, but they weren't scavenged like you'd see with bear kills. These were broken in half, the marrow extracted. I was taking photos of the bone pile when I heard it, a deep, guttural sound from above the cave. It wasn't a bear's growl or a mountain lion's scream. It was something between a grunt and a breath, but so deep it seemed to vibrate in my chest. I slowly looked up, and that's when I saw it. Standing on a rock ledge about 30 feet up was something that shouldn't exist. It was massive. I'd estimate 8, 9 feet tall, and covered in dark brown, almost black hair. But it wasn't just some tall, hairy thing. It had a face that was simultaneously ape-like and disturbingly human, with deep-set eyes that showed intelligence. Its shoulders must have been at least 4 feet wide, and its arms were proportionally longer than a human's. For a moment, we just stared at each other. I could see its breath in the cold air, coming out in heavy puffs. Then it moved. The way it moved, that's what really got me. This wasn't some lumbering beast. It crossed that rocky ledge with the agility of a mountain goat, but the power in its movements was terrifying. Each time its foot connected with the rock, I could hear the impact. I don't remember consciously deciding to run. One second I was standing there, the next I was sprinting through the woods, camera still clutched in my hand. I could hear it moving parallel to me up in the rocks, the sound of its footfalls keeping pace with me effortlessly. At one point, I heard a crash behind me and made the mistake of looking back. It had jumped down from the rocks and was now on the same level as me, maybe 50 yards back. I've never run so fast in my life. My lungs were burning and branches were whipping across my face, but I didn't slow down. I could hear it getting closer. The sound of breaking branches and heavy footfalls seemed to be right behind me. The truck was still a good quarter-mile away, and I honestly didn't think I was going to make it. Then I heard something that will haunt me forever. A roar that seemed to shake the entire forest. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard. It was powerful enough to make me stumble, and I nearly fell. As I approached my truck, I heard a massive thud behind me, like something heavy landing on the trail. I didn't look back. I reached the truck, yanked the door open, and threw myself inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine and threw the truck into reverse, I caught a glimpse of it in my rearview mirror. It was standing at the edge of the tree line, partially obscured by branches, but clearly visible. Even at that distance, I could see its chest heaving from the chase. Then it did something that still gives me nightmares. It reached up and snapped a branch as thick as my arm like it was a twig, never breaking eye contact with me. I reversed out of there so fast I nearly went off the logging road. The drive home is mostly a blur. I was running on pure adrenaline, constantly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see it running after the truck. When I finally got home, I sat in my driveway for almost an hour, trying to process what had happened. The photos from that day, most of them didn't come out clear. The ones of the twisted trees and footprints are okay, but the few shots I managed to take of the creature itself are blurry, just dark shapes against the rocks. I still have them somewhere, but I've never shared them. Who would believe me? I quit my contract work with Fish and Game the next week, made up some excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't bring myself to go back to that area. Even now, 30 years later, I avoid those remote parts of Idaho. I've told this story to exactly 3 people before today. My wife knows something happened that day. She saw how shaken up I was when I got home. But I've never told her the full story. I know how this sounds. If someone had told me this story before it happened to me, I wouldn't have believed them either. But I know what I saw. That thing was real, it was intelligent, and it was not just some undiscovered ape. The way it moved, the way it looked at me. There was something almost human in its eyes, but ancient and wild at the same time. Sometimes I wonder if it could have caught me if it wanted to. The way it moved through those rocks, how easily it kept pace with me. I think it was just asserting its territory, showing me I didn't belong there. And it was right. That place belonged to something else, something that had been there long before us, and will probably be there long after we're gone. I still get out in nature. I haven't let this experience completely ruin that for me, but I stick to populated trails now, and I never go out alone. And if I ever hear that deep guttural sound again, or catch that distinctive smell on the wind, I know exactly what to do. Get out of there as fast as humanly possible. Story 23. I've worked as a telecommunications tower maintenance technician for over 25 years, and what happened to me in Lost Valley, Washington back in '99 is something I've never been able to explain. I still get chills thinking about it, and I've gone back and forth countless times about whether to share this. But I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It was late October, and I was doing routine maintenance on one of our more remote towers. This particular one was deep in the Cascades, about 30 miles from the nearest town. The access road was barely more than a dirt trail, and I had to use our company's 4x4 just to get within a mile of the site. The rest was on foot with my gear. I'd been to this tower dozens of times before. It was a standard 200-foot communications tower that served the logging operations in the area. Usually these maintenance checks were boring. Check the guy wires, inspect for rust or damage, test the warning lights, that sort of thing. But something felt off that day from the moment I arrived. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Anyone who's worked outdoors knows the usual forest smells: pine, damp earth, occasionally some animal droppings. But this was different. It was this overwhelming putrid stench, like rotting meat mixed with wet dog, but much stronger than anything I'd encountered before. I initially thought maybe something had died nearby, but this smell seemed fresher, if that makes sense. More alive. I started my routine inspection at the base of the tower, and that's when I noticed the first strange thing. There were these deep gouges in the metal support struts, starting about 8 feet up from the ground. Now, we occasionally see bear damage on these towers, but these marks were different. They were higher than any bear could reach, even standing, and the pattern was all wrong. The scratches were parallel, almost like massive fingernail marks, and they went up diagonally as if something had been climbing. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was damage from falling debris, weather-related stress. But I'd been doing this job long enough to know what those kinds of damages look like. This was something else entirely. I found dark, coarse hairs caught in some of the tower joints. They were about 4-5 inches long, much larger than bear fur, and had this weird reddish-brown tint to them. I actually pocketed a few, thinking I'd maybe show them to a wildlife expert later. I still have them somewhere in my garage. Following procedure, I started climbing the tower to complete my inspection. The higher I got, the more uneasy I felt. You develop a sixth sense in this job, when weather's about to turn, when equipment's about to fail, that sort of thing. Every instinct was telling me something wasn't right. About halfway up, around 100 feet, I stopped to check some connections. That's when I heard it. If you've ever heard a mountain lion scream, imagine that, but deeper, louder, and with this weird metallic quality to it, like it was being played through a massive speaker. The sound echoed through the valley, and I felt it in my chest. This wasn't any wildlife I was familiar with, and I've heard pretty much everything these mountains can throw at you. I froze. 25 years of tower climbing experience, and for the first time I was genuinely scared to move. The screaming sound came again, closer this time, from the tree line below. I slowly turned to look down, and that's when I saw it. Something enormous was emerging from the trees. At first my brain tried to process it as a bear, but the way it moved was all wrong. It was walking on 2 legs, smoothly, like a person but much larger. The arms were what really got to me. They were proportionally too long, hanging down past where knees would be. The thing had to be at least 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair, with this massive barrel chest and shoulders that would make a linebacker look small. I'm not ashamed to admit I was terrified. I've had close encounters with bears, mountain lions, even a moose once, but this was different. There was an intelligence in the way it moved. It wasn't just wandering around. It was investigating the tower, methodically circling the base, occasionally reaching up to touch the structure. The smell was overwhelming now, even at my height. I couldn't move, partly out of fear, but also because I knew any sudden movement might attract attention. I was trapped on that platform, watching this thing patrol below me like a guard. Every few minutes it would stop and look up. I couldn't make out its face clearly from my position, but I could see its head move, tracking back and forth, scanning the tower. It would periodically reach up and strike one of the support beams with what looked like its hand, causing this deep, resonating boom that vibrated through the entire structure. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably closer to 45 minutes. I kept thinking about my satellite phone in my bag, but I was afraid any movement would draw attention. Plus, who would I even call? What would I say? Then something changed. The creature's head snapped to attention, looking toward the distant access road. It stood completely still for a moment, then let out another one of those screams. But this time, there was a response, far off in the distance, but similar. A second scream from somewhere deeper in the valley. The thing below me suddenly seemed agitated. It circled the tower 2 more times, faster now, occasionally looking toward the direction of the other sound. Then, without warning, it moved back toward the tree line. The way it moved was incredible. For something so large, it covered ground with this fluid grace that seemed impossible. It disappeared into the trees, and a few minutes later, I heard crashes through the forest getting more distant, like something large moving away at high speed. I stayed on that platform for another hour, barely breathing. When I finally got the courage to climb down, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the rungs. I've never packed up my gear so fast in my life. The drive back to town was a blur. I kept looking in my mirrors, half expecting to see something following me. When I got back to the maintenance office, I sat in my truck for a long time, trying to process what I'd seen. I didn't file a report. What would I even say? That Bigfoot tried to climb one of our towers? I did go back to that tower for regular maintenance over the next few years, but never alone, and always with a growing sense of dread. The scratch marks stayed there for years, slowly weathering away. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I still wake up hearing that scream. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was some kind of unidentified bear species. Maybe the height of the tower made whatever I saw seem larger than it was. Maybe the isolation and altitude played tricks on my mind. But then, I remember those scratch marks, way too high for any known animal. I remember those long arms and that deliberate, intelligent movement, and I know whatever I saw that day, it wasn't something that's supposed to exist. I still have those hair samples in a Ziploc bag in my garage. Sometimes I think about getting them tested, but I'm not sure I want to know the results. Some things are maybe better left unknown. All I know is that there's something out there in those mountains that defies explanation, and I was lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to see it firsthand. That tower still stands in Lost Valley, and occasionally I hear rumors from other maintenance workers about strange sounds and unexplained damage. I never tell them what I saw. Some things you just can't explain to people who haven't seen it themselves. But I know what's out there, and I know what I saw. Those mountains keep their secrets, but sometimes, just sometimes, they let you glimpse something that changes everything you thought you knew about the world. Story 24. I've debated for years whether to share this experience. Even now, typing this makes my hands shake. What happened that morning at Shadow Lake changed how I see the world, and not necessarily in a good way. But I need to get this out. It was May 12th, 2005. I remember the date clearly because I'd taken the day off work specifically to photograph the spring migration of warblers at Shadow Lake. I'm an amateur wildlife photographer, nothing professional, just a hobby that gets me out of the house and into nature. That morning, I arrived at the lake well before sunrise, around 4:45 a.m. The forecast had predicted clear skies, but a heavy fog had settled over the water overnight. I parked my old Honda Civic in the small gravel lot near the North Shore boat launch. There weren't any other cars there, which wasn't unusual for that hour. I grabbed my camera bag, binoculars, and the thermos of coffee I'd made at home. The air was cool and damp, typical Michigan spring morning. The fog was thick enough that I could barely see 30 feet ahead of me. I'd been to Shadow Lake dozens of times before and knew the best spots for bird photography. There's a small peninsula that juts out into the lake on the northeast side, with a cluster of dead trees that the birds loved to perch on. That's where I was headed. The walk from the parking lot takes about 15 minutes, following a narrow dirt trail through dense forest before it opens up to the marshy shoreline. The sun wasn't up yet, but there was enough pre-dawn light to see where I was going. The fog actually made everything eerily quiet. Sound doesn't carry well through heavy mist. The only noise was the soft crunch of my boots on the trail and the occasional distant call of a great horned owl. I reached my usual spot just as the sky was beginning to lighten. I set up my tripod and mounted my Canon with the 600mm telephoto lens. It's heavy equipment, but worth it for the reach when photographing wildlife. I also had my binoculars hanging around my neck and a small LED headlamp, though I hadn't needed to use it much with the growing light. The fog was starting to lift slightly as the air warmed, but visibility over the lake was still limited to maybe 50, 60 yards. I could make out the silhouettes of the dead trees rising out of the water, but the opposite shore was completely hidden in the mist. A few red-winged blackbirds were already calling from the cattails nearby. I started taking test shots to check my exposure settings in the dim light. That's when I noticed something odd. The birds suddenly went quiet. If you spend enough time photographing wildlife, you learn to pay attention to these sudden silences. Usually it means a hawk or other predator is nearby. I lowered my camera and scanned the shoreline through my binoculars, expecting to see a red-tailed hawk or maybe a great blue heron. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. About 40 yards out in the lake, partially obscured by the fog, something large was moving through the shallow water. At first I thought it might be a bear. We do get black bears in the area occasionally, but this was walking on 2 legs, and it was tall, much taller than any person should be. My hands were trembling as I lowered the binoculars and raised my camera instead. The telephoto lens would give me a better view. Through the viewfinder, I could see it more clearly now. The figure was at least 7 feet tall, probably closer to 8. It moved with an unsettling grace through the knee-deep water, barely making a ripple. The thing was covered in dark, matted fur that clung to its massive frame. The shoulders were impossibly broad, the arms longer than they should be. I started taking photos automatically, my finger pressing the shutter release over and over. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the morning stillness. That's when it stopped moving. The creature went completely still and then slowly turned its head toward me. Through my lens, I could see its face with horrible clarity. It was almost human, but wrong. The brow ridge was pronounced, the nose flat and wide, but it was the eyes that caught me. They were deep set under that heavy brow and unmistakably intelligent. This wasn't some animal operating on instinct. There was awareness there, recognition. It was looking right at me. It knew I was there. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The creature and I stared at each other through my camera lens for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it started moving again, directly toward me. It didn't charge or splash through the water. It moved with deliberate purpose, each step careful and controlled. The water barely rippled around its legs. I could see massive muscles shifting under the wet fur with each movement. This thing was built for power. I should have run. Everything in my body was screaming at me to run, but I remained frozen in place, watching through my camera as it drew closer. I could smell it now. A powerful, musky odor, unlike anything I'd encountered before. Not quite like a wet dog or a wild animal, but something uniquely its own. When it was about 25 yards away, my paralysis finally broke. I grabbed my tripod with the camera still attached and started backing away. I didn't want to turn my back on it. The creature stopped again, tilting its head slightly as it watched me retreat. The intelligence in its gaze was unnerving. It seemed curious. That's when I heard the splash behind me. There was something else in the water. I spun around and saw a second figure emerging from the fog to my left, closer to shore. It was smaller than the first one, but still massive compared to a human. The fur was lighter in color, more reddish-brown than black. It moved with the same unnatural grace through the water. They had me surrounded. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely hear anything else. The smell was overwhelming now, that strange, musky odor coming from both directions. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my equipment. The smaller one made a sound then, a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to come from deep in its chest. The larger one responded with a similar call, but lower in pitch. They were communicating. My scientific mind tried to categorize the sounds, but they were unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Not quite human, not quite ape, but somewhere unsettlingly in between. I had to get out of there. The peninsula I was on was maybe 30 yards wide at that point. The smaller creature was blocking my path back to the trail, but there was still open shoreline to my right. Moving as quickly as I dared, I began sidling in that direction, keeping both figures in my view as best I could. Neither one made any aggressive moves toward me. They continued their slow approach, still communicating with those deep vocalizations. If anything, they seemed to be trying to avoid startling me, but their size and power was terrifying enough without any signs of aggression. I made it to the wider part of the peninsula and finally turned to run. I could hear them moving in the water behind me, those weird calls growing slightly louder, but they didn't seem to be pursuing at full speed. It was like they were escorting me out of their territory. I ran all the way back to my car, stumbling several times on the uneven trail. My camera gear bounced painfully against my side, but I wasn't about to drop thousands of dollars worth of equipment. The fog seemed thicker in the forest, or maybe it was just the tears of panic blurring my vision. I reached my car, threw my gear in the back seat, and peeled out of that parking lot so fast I showered the area with gravel. I didn't slow down until I hit the main road, and even then I kept checking my rearview mirror obsessively. When I finally got home, my clothes were soaked with sweat despite the cool morning air. My hands were shaking so badly it took 3 tries to get my front door unlocked. I immediately went to my computer to check the photos, praying I had some evidence of what I'd seen. Nothing. Every single frame was either empty water and fog, or so blurry as to be worthless. Either my hands had been shaking too badly to get a clear shot, or, I don't know. The photos that should have shown the creatures were strangely dark, as if something had interfered with the exposure settings. I've never gone back to Shadow Lake. I sold my telephoto lens and switched to photographing butterflies in my garden. Sometimes I think about reporting what I saw, but who would believe me? A pair of 8-foot-tall ape men wading through a Michigan lake at dawn. I sound crazy just typing it out, but I know what I saw. Those eyes haunt my dreams sometimes, so human-like, so aware. Whatever they weren't just animals. There was intelligence there, purpose. And sometimes I wonder if they let me leave, if they could have caught me easily but chose not to. I still have the memory card with those blurry, useless photos. I've never shown them to anyone. They don't prove anything anyway. But I keep them as a reminder that the world is stranger than we want to believe, that there are things out there we can't explain. One thing I know for certain, I wasn't the first person to see them, and I won't be the last. So if you're ever out in the wild places, in the fog and the quiet hours of dawn, pay attention when the birds go silent. You might not be as alone as you think. Story 25. I've been hesitating to share this for a long time, about 32 years to be exact. What happened to me back in '92 while checking my beehives in Red Fork, Arkansas, changed everything I thought I knew about our forests. I'm a simple beekeeper, been doing it since my dad taught me in the '70s. Never had any reason to make up stories or seek attention. But what I saw that day in October, well, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It was October 15th, 1992, around 4:30 p.m. I remember the date clearly because I was doing my final hive check before winter prep. The weather was unusually warm for October, probably mid-70s, with this heavy, humid air that made everything feel kind of thick. You know that kind of afternoon where the sun's getting low, but it's still bright enough to make you squint. That's exactly how it was. I had about 12 hives scattered across my property, which backs up against the Ozark National Forest. The last 3 hives were about a quarter mile from my house, in this small clearing near where the forest gets really dense. As I was walking up to check them, something felt off. Usually, you can hear the buzz of the bees from about 20 feet away, especially on a warm day like that. But there was nothing. Dead silence. When I got closer, my stomach just dropped. 3 of my hives were completely wrecked. Not just knocked over, I mean destroyed. The boxes were splintered and scattered across maybe 30 feet. At first I thought it must have been bears. We get them sometimes. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. There were these massive handprints pressed into the wood of one of the less damaged boxes. Not claw marks like you'd see from a bear, actual handprints, but huge. I'm talking about prints that made my hands look like a child's in comparison. I've dealt with vandals before, but this was different. The prints were maybe 16, 17 inches long, with distinct finger impressions. The wood was actually compressed, where whatever made these prints had grabbed the box. That takes incredible strength. These are solid pine boxes we're talking about. Then I noticed the footprints. They started right there by the hives and led into the tree line. These weren't like any tracks I'd ever seen, and I've been hunting these woods my whole life. They were at least 16 inches long and so deep in the soil that whatever made them had to be incredibly heavy. The stride length between them was huge too, easily 5, 6 feet apart. I know it was stupid, but something compelled me to follow them. I grabbed my tool bag, which had my flashlight in it, and started tracking these prints. They headed northeast into the denser part of the forest, where there's this old ravine that cuts through the property. As I got deeper into the woods, the canopy got thicker, making everything darker despite it still being daylight. About 200 yards in, I started hearing it. At first I thought it was someone chopping wood way off in the distance, but it was too rhythmic, too precise. It was this steady asterisk clack, clack, clack asterisk sound coming from the direction of the ravine. The sound echoed slightly, making it hard to pin down exactly where it was coming from. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, but I kept going. The tracks led right toward the sound. As I got closer, maybe 100 yards from the ravine, all the birds suddenly went quiet. You know how the forest usually has this constant background noise of birds, squirrels and whatnot. All of it just stopped. The only sound was that steady clacking. I slowed down and started moving more carefully. There's a slight ridge above the ravine, and I worked my way up it, trying to stay behind trees. The clacking was getting louder. When I reached the edge of the ridge, I could look down into the ravine, and that's when I saw it. Sitting on a fallen oak tree, about 50 yards away and slightly below my position, was this being. I don't even know how else to describe it. It was massive, had to be at least 8 feet tall even sitting down. It was covered in this thick, dark brown hair that looked almost reddish where the dying sunlight hit it. But what really got me was how it was sitting there, so purposeful. It was holding 2 rocks, about the size of bowling balls, and was rhythmically striking them together. Its movements were deliberate, almost meditative. Its back was partially turned to me, and I could see these massive shoulders, easily twice the width of mine, moving slightly with each strike of the rocks. The smell hit me then, this powerful, musky odor, like wet dog mixed with something rotten. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I was frozen in place, barely breathing, just watching this thing. Its head was huge, kind of cone-shaped, sitting right on those shoulders, with barely any neck visible. I must have stood there for at least 15 minutes just watching. It never turned around, never acknowledged my presence, just kept up that steady rhythm with the rocks. The sun was getting lower, and I knew I needed to get out of there before it got dark, but I couldn't stop watching. Then something snapped under my foot. Just a small twig. The clacking stopped instantly. The creature's head turned slightly, not all the way around, but enough that I could see its profile. The face was... I can't really describe it. It was like a cross between a human and something else, with a pronounced brow ridge and a wide, flat nose. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it could hear it. We stayed like that for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then, very deliberately, it placed the rocks down on the log. That's when I backed away, as quietly as I could, keeping my eyes on it the whole time. I didn't run until I was about 100 yards away. Then I ran faster than I ever have in my life, all the way back to my house. When I got inside, I was shaking so bad I could barely lock the door. I sat up all night with my shotgun, but nothing ever came near the house. The next morning, I went back with my neighbor Jim to check it out. The footprints were still there, leading to the ravine, but the creature was gone. The fallen log was there, and we found the rocks it had been hitting together. They had these weird patterns of wear on them, almost like they'd been used as tools. I never saw it again after that day, but I also never put beehives in that part of my property again. Sometimes, especially on quiet evenings, I can still hear that rhythmic clacking in my head. I've run through every possible explanation, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a man in a suit. No costume could capture the natural way it moved, the muscle definition visible even through the hair, the sheer mass of it. I still keep bees, but I've moved all my hives closer to the house. Every now and then, I'll be out in the yard in the evening and catch a whiff of that same musky smell, or hear something heavy moving through the trees beyond my property line. I don't investigate anymore. Some things in this world we're just not meant to understand fully. What keeps me up at night isn't the fear of seeing it again, it's trying to understand what I witnessed. That creature, whatever it was, wasn't just some animal. The way it sat there, deliberately striking those rocks together, it seemed like it had purpose, like it was doing something specific. I'll never know what I interrupted that day, but I'm certain it was more than just some random animal behavior. I've never filed any official reports or gone public with this before. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw, and I know it was real. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else in Red Fork has seen it. If maybe there are others out there keeping their own encounters quiet, just like I have all these years. Story 26. I've been hesitating to share this for over 20 years now, but what I experienced in Thunder Basin back in 2000 still haunts me. I need to get this off my chest, even though I know how it might sound to others. I've always been a rational person. I worked as an environmental scientist at the time, and I'm used to looking for logical explanations. But what happened that day in Wyoming defies any rational explanation I can think of. It was October 12th, 2000. I remember the date clearly because it was my day off, and I had been planning this solo hike for weeks. The weather was perfect for hiking, around 55 degrees Fahrenheit, partly cloudy with a light breeze. I'd chosen a lesser-known trail in Thunder Basin National Grassland, about 12 miles from Bill, Wyoming. I was familiar with the area from my work, but this particular section was new to me. I started my hike around 9 a.m. I had all my usual gear, my Nikon camera, I was into wildlife photography, a small backpack with water, trail mix, and basic survival supplies. I was wearing my favorite red fleece jacket, hiking boots, and cargo pants. Everything felt completely normal for the first couple of hours. Around 11:30 a.m., I noticed something odd. The trail led me into a denser part of the forest, and I came across something I'd never seen in my 15 years of hiking and environmental work. There was this structure, I guess you could call it. Young trees, about 4-5 inches in diameter, were bent into perfect arches, creating this dome-like formation. Now, I've seen trees bent by snow or wind, but this was different. These were deliberate bends, all at the same height, all forming this perfect semicircle pattern. The trees weren't broken, they were growing that way, which meant whatever had done this had happened months or even years ago. As I got closer to examine the structures, I noticed two things that made my skin crawl. First, there was this smell. Anyone who spent time outdoors knows the usual forest smells: decomposing leaves, damp earth, maybe some animal musk. But this was different. It was this powerful, musky odor, almost like wet dog mixed with rotting meat, but more pungent. It was so strong it made my eyes water. The second thing was the trees surrounding the structure. They had these deep gouges in them, like massive claw marks, running vertically up the trunks. I'm familiar with bear markings, but these were different. They went up to about 8 feet high, and they were deeper, more deliberate. I took out my camera to document them. I remember my hands were shaking slightly, though I wasn't sure why at that point. That's when I heard it. I was focusing my camera on one particularly deep set of marks when this sound started. At first, I thought I was imagining it. It was this low, rhythmic sound, almost like humming or singing, but not quite human. You know how sometimes the wind can make weird noises? This wasn't that. This had a pattern to it, almost melodic, but in a way that made my chest feel tight. The sound was coming from behind the arched trees, maybe 30 yards away. I lowered my camera slowly, and that's when the birds stopped chirping. You know that moment in nature when everything goes quiet? That's what happened, but it felt different. It felt heavy, like the air itself was holding its breath. I'm not sure how long I stood there, completely frozen. It could have been seconds or minutes. Then I saw movement through the trees. Something was moving through the forest. The first thing I noticed was the color, a reddish brown, like old rust. Then I realized how big it was. What stepped into a partial clearing was at least 8 feet tall. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm 5'7", and this thing was towering. It was covered in thick hair, that rusty brown color, but with some darker patches. But it wasn't just the size that struck me. It was how it moved. It walked upright, completely upright, with this weird fluid grace that seemed impossible for something that big. The thing that really gets me, the detail I can't shake even after all these years, was how it looked at me. It turned its head, a massive head that seemed to sit directly on its shoulders, and just observed me. There was intelligence in that look. Not animal curiosity, but something else. Something that made me feel like I was the one being studied. I didn't move. I couldn't move. My camera was still hanging from my neck, forgotten. We just stood there, maybe 50 feet apart, in this bizarre moment of mutual observation. Its eyes were dark, deep set under a prominent brow ridge. The face was, I don't even know how to describe it. Not quite ape, not quite human, but somehow both. The whole encounter probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like hours. Then, without any sudden movement, it just turned and walked away. Not running, not crashing through the brush like you'd expect from something that size. It moved through the dense forest with this bizarre gracefulness, barely disturbing the vegetation. The sound of my own breathing snapped me back to reality. My legs were shaking so bad I had to sit down. The smell was still there, but fainter. I realized I had completely failed to take a picture during the actual encounter. My camera was hanging uselessly around my neck the whole time. It took me about 20 minutes to get my composure back enough to stand up. I took a few shaky photos of the tree structures and the claw marks, then got out of there as fast as I could while still being careful to watch where I was going. I half expected to hear that humming sound again, or to see it following me, but nothing happened. The hike back was a blur. I've spent years trying to rationalize what I saw. I've looked at every possible explanation. Bear standing on its hind legs? No bear moves like that. Someone in a costume, in the middle of Thunder Basin, miles from any road, and no costume could capture that fluid movement, that presence. The photos I took of the tree structures and claw marks came out clear enough, but they don't really convey what it was like being there. I've never shared them publicly because they don't show anything that would convince anyone. Just some bent trees and marks that could be explained away as bear scratches by someone who wasn't there. I've never gone back to that specific trail. I still hike, still work in environmental science, but that day changed something in me. It made me realize that maybe we don't know as much about our world as we think we do. I still can't explain what I saw, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left as mysteries. One last thing that's always bothered me. In all my years of environmental work, I've never heard any other animal make a sound like that melodic humming. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear it in my dreams, and I wake up with my heart racing, remembering those intelligent eyes studying me in the forest. Story 27. Whoa. I've been holding this story inside for nearly 30 years now, and I think it's finally time I share what happened to me that day in Vermont. I'm not looking for anyone to believe me. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of it myself. But what I saw that afternoon in October 1996 changed everything I thought I knew about our world. I was 42 at the time, living alone with my dog Buck in a small house just outside Maple Springs, Vermont. Not much more than a crossroads, really. Population maybe 200 if you counted generously. I'd moved there after my divorce, looking for quiet and a simpler life. Had about 3 acres backed up against state forest land, perfect for someone who just wanted to be left alone. That particular day, October 15th, I remember because it was 2 days before my sister's birthday, I was out cutting firewood. Winter comes early in Vermont, and I was already behind on my stockpile. The weather was unusually warm for mid-October, probably around 60 degrees, with this heavy, damp feel to the air like it might rain later. The leaves were just past peak, mostly yellows and browns by then, carpeting the ground thick enough that you had to watch your step. I'd been working since about 2 p.m., Buck keeping me company like always. He was a good dog, German Shepherd mix, about 7 years old then. not the kind to bark at shadows or chase after every squirrel. That's why what happened next struck me as so odd. It was around 4:30 p.m. The light was starting to get that late afternoon softness to it, but visibility was still good. I was about 200 yards behind my house, working on sectioning up a fallen maple. Buck had been lying in a patch of sunlight nearby, half dozing like he usually did when I was working. Suddenly, his head snapped up and he was on his feet, hackles raised, staring intently into the deeper woods to our north. Before I could even process what had gotten into him, he started barking, not his usual "someone's coming up the driveway" bark, but this deep, aggressive sound I'd never heard him make before, the kind of bark that raises the hair on the back of your neck. I killed the chainsaw, thinking maybe a bear had wandered too close. We'd had a few that season, with the berry crop being poor. That's when I noticed the silence. Anyone who spent time in the woods knows they're never really quiet. There's always something. Wind in the trees, birds, squirrels chattering, distant cars on the highway. But in that moment, it was like someone had pressed a mute button on the world. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just Buck's barking, which suddenly seemed impossibly loud in that unnatural silence. Then the smell hit me. I've cleaned up plenty of roadkill in my day, dealt with dead animals in barns, but this was different. It was like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I can't even describe. Musty and wild and wrong. The kind of smell that triggers something primitive in your brain, tells you you're in the presence of a predator. Buck's barking cut off mid-bark. He pressed against my legs, trembling. I'd never seen him scared of anything before that day. That's when I saw it. About 70 yards away, partially obscured by the trees, something massive was moving. And when I say massive, I mean it made the full-grown maples look like saplings. My first thought was bear, but I knew instantly that was wrong. Bears don't move like that. This thing was walking upright, smoothly, with an almost human gait, but longer strides. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe closer to 9, with incredibly broad shoulders. The weird thing was how quietly it moved. Something that big should have been crashing through the underbrush, but aside from the occasional soft crack of a branch under its feet, it was almost silent. The way it navigated between the trees was almost graceful, deliberate, like it knew exactly where to place each foot. I stood there, chainsaw forgotten in my hands, watching this impossible thing move through my woods. The light was hitting it at an angle through the trees, and I could see its fur, dark brown, almost black, but with lighter patches on its shoulders and back. Not matted like a bear's fur, but almost glossy in places. Then it stopped, just went completely still, and slowly, so slowly, it turned its head to look in my direction. I've tried for years to find the right words to describe what I saw, but nothing quite captures it. The face was primitive is the only word I can think of. Not quite human, not quite ape, but somewhere in that uncanny valley between the two. The brow ridge was massive, jutting out over deep-set eyes that I couldn't make out clearly at that distance. But I could tell it was looking right at me. I could feel it. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Me, frozen with a chainsaw in my hands. Buck, pressed against my legs, whining softly. And this creature, studying us with an intelligence that I could feel even at that distance. Then, without any warning, it moved. And God help me, I've never seen anything that big move that fast. It didn't crash through the woods or panic. It just flowed between the trees, heading deeper into the forest. 3, maybe 4 long strides, and it was gone, just gone, like a shadow melting into deeper shadows. I'd love to tell you I ran after it, that I looked for tracks or took pictures or did any of the things you're supposed to do. But I didn't. I grabbed Buck's collar and walked backward toward my house, keeping my eyes on the woods the whole time. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but something deeper was telling me that running would be a very, very bad idea. It took us maybe 10 minutes to cover those 200 yards back to the house. I left the chainsaw where it was, didn't go back for it until the next day, and then only in full daylight with my neighbor's rifle borrowed and ready. The rest of that evening is a blur. I remember sitting in my kitchen with every light on, Buck refusing to leave my side, jumping at every little sound. The smell lingered in my nose for hours, even after I'd showered. I didn't sleep that night, just sat in my recliner with Buck, watching the woods through my window until dawn. The next day, I went back with my neighbor Mike to look for evidence. The ground was too covered with leaves to show tracks clearly, but we did find some broken branches about 7, 8 feet up, way too high for a bear. And there was a strange pattern of bent saplings, like something large had pushed through them, heading north toward the state forest. I never saw it again, though there were times over the next few years when Buck would suddenly grow alert, and that unnatural silence would fall over the woods. Each time, I'd grab him and head inside, not wanting another encounter. I didn't report it. Who would I tell? The local police would think I was crazy or drunk. The newspapers would turn it into a joke. So I kept quiet, told myself maybe I'd imagined it or exaggerated it somehow in my mind. But Buck never forgot. Until the day he died 5 years later, he'd never go into that part of the woods again. I moved away from that house in 2002, partly because of what happened that day. I just couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I was outside. The few times I tried to cut firewood in those woods again, I'd find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. I've thought a lot about why it let me see it. I wasn't trying to track it or hunt it. I was just there, in its territory, and for whatever reason, it chose to let me know it was there too. Maybe it was curiosity on its part, or maybe it was a warning. I'll never know. What I do know is this. There are things in our woods that defy explanation, things that have probably been there a lot longer than us, that know those forests in ways we never will. I don't blame anyone who doesn't believe my story. Hell, there are days I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw that afternoon in October 1996. And I know that somewhere in those Vermont woods, something is still out there, moving silently between the trees, watching and waiting. The only other thing I'll say is this. If you're ever in the woods and everything goes quiet, if you catch that smell or feel eyes on you, don't run. Just back away slowly and thank whatever powers that be that it's choosing to let you leave. I've had 28 years to think about that day, and I'm convinced that's the only reason I'm here to tell this story. Story 28. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but what happened to me back in 2002 has haunted me for over 20 years now. I've always been a practical person, the type who'd laugh at ghost stories and cryptid sightings. But that evening in Winter Harbor changed everything I thought I knew about our world. It was October 12th, around 6:30 p.m. Living in Maine, you learn to do your outdoor chores before darkness sets in, especially in autumn. I remember checking my watch, thinking I still had about 30 minutes of decent light left to get the laundry in. The weather had been unusually warm that day, probably mid-60s, but there was this damp chill starting to settle in as the sun went down. My property backs up against Henderson State Forest, and I've always loved how private it feels, even though we're only about 3 miles from downtown Winter Harbor. I'd been living there for 8 years at that point, just me and my 3 dogs, Duke, a German Shepherd, and 2 Rottweilers, Max and Bear. They're my security system, and they've always been incredibly protective. That's part of what makes what happened so unsettling. I was grabbing sheets off the clothesline, and something felt wrong. You know that feeling when the air suddenly gets heavy? It was like that, but worse. The normal evening sounds, birds, small animals, even the distant traffic from Route 186, just stopped. At first I thought maybe a storm was rolling in, but the sky was clear, turning that deep purple-orange you get at sunset. Then I smelled it. God, that smell. People talk about skunks being bad, but this was different. It was like rotting meat mixed with wet dog and something else I can't even describe. Musky and wild and just wrong. It hit me so suddenly I actually gagged. That's when my dogs changed. These are dogs that once chased off a black bear from our yard, but in that moment they went from their usual alert patrol of the yard to terrified. Duke started whining first, this high-pitched sound I'd never heard him make before. Then Max and Bear just bolted under the porch, squeezing themselves as far back as they could get. Duke followed them seconds later. I knew something was behind me. You know that feeling, right? When you just know you're being watched. My skin was crawling, and I could feel my heart pounding in my throat. I turned around slowly, still holding a damp sheet in my hands. That's when I saw it, standing at the edge of the woods about 50 yards from my clothesline. Even in the dimming light, I could see it clearly because of my porch lights. This thing was massive. I'm 5'7", and it towered over any person I've ever seen. Had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, and its arms... God, its arms hung down almost to its knees. The fur covering its body was dark, not black, but a deep brown that seemed to shine where my porch light hit it. It was thick and looked almost glossy, like a well-groomed horse's coat. But it wasn't the size or the fur that got me. It was how it was standing, completely upright, like a person and absolutely still, just watching me. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't make my legs work. The sheet slipped from my hands, but I didn't even try to pick it up. We just stood there, this thing and me, in this horrible moment that probably lasted only seconds, but felt like hours. Then it shifted its weight, and I swear to God I heard the ground crunch under its foot. It was so heavy that even that slight movement made noise. That broke whatever spell had frozen me in place. I started backing up toward my house, trying not to make any sudden movements. My breath was coming in short gasps, and I could hear my blood rushing in my ears. The creature's head tracked my movement. That's the only way I can describe it, like a predator watching prey. But it didn't charge or growl or do anything aggressive. It just watched. As I got closer to my porch, I could see more details I wish I hadn't. Its head wasn't round like a bear's. It was more conical, almost human-like, but not quite right. And its eyes caught the porch light for just a moment. They reflected back a deep, reddish amber color. When I reached my back steps, my foot hit the first stair, and I stumbled slightly. In that split second where I looked down to catch my balance, the creature moved. I heard this sound, like thick branches snapping but rapid, one after another. And when I looked back up, it was gone. Just gone. But I could hear it moving through the forest, getting further away. The sound of breaking branches and heavy footfalls continued for maybe 30 seconds, then faded out. I practically fell through my back door and locked it, then ran around and locked every window and door in the house. My dogs wouldn't come out from under the porch for hours. I had to leave treats by the dog door to coax them inside around midnight. The next morning, I forced myself to go look. The ground where it had stood was torn up, like someone had driven a post into the earth and twisted it. There were broken branches on some of the smaller trees at the forest edge, at least 7 feet up, and I found one footprint in a muddy patch near the tree line. One was all I needed to see. It was huge, had to be 16 inches long at least, and deeply pressed into the mud. I took photos, but they don't do it justice. The footprint looks fake in the pictures, too perfect maybe. I called the local police, but they just filed a report about a possible bear sighting. But I know what bears look like. This wasn't a bear. That happened 22 years ago, and I still get uneasy when I have to be outside after sunset. I've never seen it again, but sometimes, especially in the fall, that smell comes back, just for a moment. And when it does, my dogs, different dogs now, but they still react the same way, go completely quiet and hide inside the house. I've read about other sightings in Maine, especially around the coast and forests. Some people describe similar experiences. The smell, the silence, the way their animals react. I never believed them before. Now I know there are things in our woods that we can't explain. Things that shouldn't exist but do. I still live in the same house. People ask me why I didn't move after that happened. The truth is I don't think it would matter. Whatever that thing was, it showed me something that night. That our world is bigger and stranger than we want to believe. Moving away wouldn't change that knowledge. The laundry line is gone now. I bought a dryer the next week. And I've installed more security lights around the property. But sometimes, when I look out my kitchen window at dusk, I catch myself scanning the tree line. Part of me hopes I'll never see it again. But another part wishes I had answers to all the questions that have haunted me since that evening. Story 29. I've been hesitating to share this for over 30 years now. What happened to me that day in Blue River, Alaska, back in 1990, fundamentally changed how I view our wilderness and what might be living in it. I'm not some conspiracy theorist or attention seeker. I'm just a regular guy who spent most of his life fishing in Alaska. What I encountered that September morning still gives me chills when I think about it. I was 34 at the time, and I'd been running salmon traps along that stretch of the Blue River for nearly a decade. It was a crisp morning, probably around 40 degrees, with that dense fog that often settles over the river valley in early fall. I remember checking my watch as I parked my old Ford pickup just off the logging road, 5:47 a.m. The sun wouldn't be up for another hour, but that was normal for me. I'd always preferred checking my traps early, before anyone else was around. The walk to my first trap site was about half a mile through dense spruce forest. I knew that trail like the back of my hand, every root, every rocky patch. I had my hip waders on, a heavy flannel jacket, and my trusty maglite. I also carried my Winchester .30, 30, not unusual in bear country, though I'd never had to use it. The fog was particularly thick that morning, limiting visibility to maybe 15, 20 feet. The only sounds were my boots crunching on the forest floor and the distant rush of the river. I noticed something was off before I even reached my first trap. The usual morning bird calls were absent. No squirrels chattering, no rustling in the undergrowth, just this oppressive silence that seemed to weigh down on me. Anyone who spent time in the Alaskan wilderness knows that silence like that usually means something's wrong. My first thought was bear, naturally, but this felt different somehow. The hair on the back of my neck stood up when I caught a whiff of something that stopped me in my tracks. It was this overwhelming, pungent odor, like a mix of wet dog, rotting vegetation, and something musky I can't even describe. It was so strong it made my eyes water. I'd smelled bears before, but this was completely different. When I reached my first trap site, my heart sank. The heavy steel trap, which normally took 2 men to move, was twisted and mangled like it was made of aluminum foil. Scraps of salmon were scattered across the riverbank. These weren't clean cuts like you'd see from a bear. These were massive, violent tears through flesh and bone. The ground around the trap was torn up, with huge depressions in the mud that made my blood run cold. The tracks? God, the tracks. I'd seen every kind of print you can find in Alaska. Bear, moose, wolf, but nothing like these. They were easily 18 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toes. The depth of the impressions suggested whatever made them was incredibly heavy. They were fresh too. The water hadn't even finished seeping into them. I should have left right then. Everything in my body was screaming at me to turn around and get out. But I had 5 more traps to check, and I kept telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe a gang of bears, though I'd never seen bears work together like that. Maybe some kids with machinery, though how they'd gotten it out there I couldn't explain. I followed the river to my second trap site, my flashlight beam cutting through the fog. The destruction there was even worse. The steel cage was completely ripped from its moorings and tossed about 15 feet up the bank. More partially eaten salmon, more of those massive footprints. They seemed to form a path, moving from trap to trap systematically. That's when I heard it, a sound that still haunts my dreams. It started as a low rumble, almost below the threshold of hearing, but it built into this deep, resonant growl that seemed to come from something massive. It wasn't a bear's roar or a moose's bellow. It was something ancient and primal that triggered something deep in my hindbrain, something that told me I was in the presence of a predator far beyond anything I'd encountered before. The fog was starting to lift slightly, and that's when I saw it. About 50 yards downstream, partially obscured by the mist, was a figure that defied everything I thought I knew about North American wildlife. It was massive, standing fully upright at what I'd estimate was 9 feet tall. The body was covered in dark, matted fur that seemed to glisten with river water. The shoulders must have been at least 4 feet wide, with powerful arms that hung down past its knees. I froze completely. Every survival instinct I had was paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of what I was seeing. The creature was methodically working its way through what remained of my third trap, easily bending the steel bars to access the salmon inside. Its movements were deliberate, almost human-like in their precision. That's what struck me the most. There was an intelligence in its actions that separated it from any animal I'd ever observed. The thing that keeps me up at night, even now, is how it handled the fish. It wasn't eating like a predator. It was harvesting, collecting. It would pull out each salmon, examine it, and either set it aside carefully or take a few massive bites before moving to the next one. The strength required to manipulate those steel traps like they were cardboard boxes was terrifying to witness. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, my breath creating small clouds in the cold air. My rifle hung uselessly at my side. Even if I'd wanted to shoot, some part of me knew it would have been pointless against something that size. The creature suddenly stopped what it was doing and slowly turned its head in my direction. The face. I can't accurately describe the face without sounding crazy. It was somewhere between ape and human, but with a sagittal crest that reminded me of a silverback gorilla. The eyes were deep-set and dark, but they held an awareness that chilled me to my core. It looked directly at me, and I knew with certainty that it had been aware of my presence the entire time. For several long seconds, we just stared at each other through the thinning fog. Then it did something I'll never forget. It deliberately placed the salmon it was holding back into what remained of the trap. The message was clear. This wasn't about random destruction or hunger. This was about territory. About boundaries. The creature straightened up to its full height, and I finally broke out of my paralysis. I began backing away slowly, never taking my eyes off it. That's when it let out another one of those bone-shaking growls, this time with a clarity and volume that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. I could feel it in my chest cavity. Several birds exploded from the trees behind me. I'd like to say I maintained my composure and made a tactical retreat, but that would be a lie. I turned and ran faster than I've ever run in my life. I crashed through the underbrush, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly, my rifle slapping against my back. I was certain at any moment I'd feel massive hands grab me from behind. The sound of my own panicked breathing and pounding heartbeat drowned out everything else. I reached my truck in record time, fumbled with the keys with shaking hands, and got the hell out of there. The ride home is a blur in my memory. I didn't stop until I reached my driveway, and then I sat there for a long time, trying to process what I'd seen. I called in sick to work that day. I didn't go back to check my traps for over a week. When I finally did return with 2 other fishermen, everything was exactly as I'd left it. The twisted metal, the massive footprints now hardened in the mud, the scattered fish bones. But the creature was gone. I never saw it again, though sometimes when I'm on the river in the early morning fog, I catch a whiff of that distinctive odor. I've heard stories from other fishermen about destroyed gear and strange sounds, but nobody else has reported a direct encounter like mine. I moved my traps to a different section of the river after that, and I never go out there without at least one other person anymore. I've thought a lot about why it let me go that day. I believe it was sending a message, establishing boundaries rather than seeking confrontation. It could have easily killed me if it wanted to, but instead it chose to demonstrate its power and then let me leave. That's not the behavior of a mindless beast. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I've become more cautious in the wilderness, more aware of the possibility that there are things out there we can't explain. I've read about other encounters since then, and while many seem far-fetched, some share details so specific to my experience that they can't be coincidence. The systematic destruction of equipment, the careful handling of food sources, the deep, resonant vocalizations. I know how this story sounds. If someone had told it to me before that day, I would have dismissed it as a tall tale. I've second-guessed my own memory countless times over the years, tried to rationalize what I saw. But I know what I encountered that morning wasn't a bear, wasn't a moose, wasn't anything officially documented in Alaska's wildlife records. It was something else, something that has somehow remained hidden despite its size and power. I still fish that river, still make my living the same way, but I never shake the feeling that sometimes, in the early morning fog, something is watching me from the tree line, something that remembers our encounter as clearly as I do, and continues to enforce its boundaries in its own way. The wilderness feels different to me now, bigger, older, and full of secrets we've only begun to understand. Story 30. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me back in '95 for almost 30 years now. I guess it's finally time to write it down. Maybe someone out there has seen something similar. I know what I saw that day in Hollow Creek, even if I still can't fully wrap my head around it. I was 32 at the time, living just outside of Hollow Creek, Kentucky. Anyone who knows the area knows it's pretty much just dense forest and small farms. I'd been mushroom hunting in those woods since I was a kid, knew every trail, every landmark. That spring had been particularly wet, perfect conditions for morels. It was mid-April, around 2 p.m., when I parked my old Chevy pickup at my usual spot off Miller's Ridge Road, about 8 miles from the nearest house. The weather was mild, maybe mid-60s, with a light breeze. The forest was exactly how I remembered it. Maple and oak trees stretching up towards the sky, undergrowth just starting to fill in with spring growth. I had my usual gear, a mesh bag for mushrooms, my walking stick, and a small backpack with water and snacks. I wasn't planning to be out more than a few hours. The first hour was completely normal. I'd found a decent patch of morels near some dead elm trees and had about half a bag full. I remember checking my watch. It was 3:17 p.m. when I noticed something odd. The birds had stopped singing. If you spend any time in the woods, you know that's usually the first sign something's not right. It wasn't gradual either. 1 minute the woods were alive with spring bird song, the next, dead silence. I stood still, trying to figure out what had spooked them. That's when I caught the first whiff of it. This overwhelming stench that made my stomach turn. It wasn't like anything I'd smelled before, not quite rotting meat, not quite skunk, but somehow worse than both combined. The smell was so strong it made my eyes water. Following my usual route, I crested a small rise and stopped dead in my tracks. About 30 feet ahead of me was something I'd never seen before in all my years in these woods. A perfect circle, maybe 20 feet in diameter, where all the vegetation was completely flattened, not broken or torn up, but pressed down like something massive had been lying there. The grass and small plants were all bent in the same direction, creating this eerily precise pattern. I remember my hands starting to shake as I stood there staring at it. The smell was strongest here, and the air felt heavy, if that makes any sense, like the atmosphere itself had thickened. I took a few cautious steps closer, and that's when I noticed the trees around the circle. The bark was scraped off in places, but not like when deer rub their antlers. These marks were way too high up, I'd say at least 8 feet off the ground. Some of the scratches looked fresh, with sap still oozing. Then I heard it, the first crack of a branch breaking somewhere behind me. I spun around, but couldn't see anything through the thick spring foliage. Another crack, this time to my left, then another to my right. Whatever was making these sounds was big enough to break substantial branches, and there seemed to be more than one, or it was moving incredibly fast. Either way, I knew I was in trouble. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I dropped my mushroom bag, funny the things you remember, and started backing away slowly. That's when I saw it, or at least part of it, through a gap in the trees maybe 40 yards away. At first my brain tried to make it make sense. Was it a bear? But bears don't stand that tall. This thing was massive, its shoulder height easily above the lower branches of the mature trees. What hit me hardest wasn't just its size, but how it moved. This fluid, almost graceful motion that seemed impossible for something so large. It was covered in dark hair, but in the dappled forest light, I couldn't make out exact details. I'd like to say I kept my cool, but that would be a lie. Every survival instinct kicked in at once, and I turned and ran. I'm not proud of it, but there was something so fundamentally wrong about what I was seeing that my body moved on pure instinct. I could hear movement in the forest around me, breaking branches, the sound of something large moving through the undergrowth, coming from multiple directions. I ran faster than I ever have in my life, constantly aware of movement in my peripheral vision. The forest that I knew so well suddenly seemed alien and hostile. I tripped twice, scrambled back up with my hands covered in dirt and my knees bleeding through my jeans. The sounds were getting closer. My truck was parked about a quarter-mile away, but it felt like miles. I could hear my own ragged breathing, my boots pounding on the forest floor, and those other sounds, heavy footfalls that weren't mine, branches snapping, and this deep, rhythmic sound that might have been breathing, but was too loud, too deep to be from any animal I knew. I burst out of the tree line and saw my truck. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys, had to fumble in the dirt to find them. That's when I heard it. A scream that I still hear in my nightmares. It started low, almost like a wolf's howl, but rose to this piercing shriek that couldn't have come from anything I've ever heard of. It echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The sound went on for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. I finally got the key in the ignition, cranked the engine, and threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning in the gravel. As I turned the truck around, I caught one last glimpse of movement at the forest edge, something dark and massive stepping back into the shadows of the trees. The way it moved, it was deliberate, almost human-like, but no human could ever be that size. I didn't stop driving until I hit the main road, and even then, I didn't slow down until I was back in town. When I got home, I sat in my truck for almost an hour, trying to stop shaking. My clothes were torn from running through the brush, my knees were bleeding, and I had scratches on my arms I don't even remember getting. I went back a week later, in broad daylight, with 2 friends. We found the circle, still visible but starting to spring back up. The tree marks were there too, and my dropped mushroom bag. But that was it. No tracks, no other evidence of what I'd seen. My friends tried to convince me it was a bear, or multiple bears, but they didn't see what I saw. They didn't hear that scream. I still go into those woods. I've lived here my whole life, and I'm not going to let one incident, no matter how terrifying, take that away from me. But I never go alone anymore, and I never stay past early afternoon. Sometimes, when the wind is right, I catch that same smell, just a hint of it, and my heart starts racing all over again. I know how this sounds. I've spent years trying to convince myself it was just a bear, or that somehow I panicked and imagined the worst. But I know what I saw. Those movements were too deliberate, too coordinated. The height of those marks on the trees, the way it moved through the forest. I've been in these woods my whole life, and I've never seen anything else like it. Whatever was in those woods that day, it wasn't anything that's supposed to exist. I still can't explain what happened that day. I've read about other encounters since then, and some details match up. The smell, the sound, the way the birds went quiet. But I've never heard of anyone else describing multiple creatures moving in coordination like that. Sometimes I wonder if they were hunting, and if so, what would have happened if I hadn't made it to my truck in time.